going on? Mr. Bean, what are you doing? Oh, I get it. It's a Singer 192K, the Spartan, and it didn't come from the factory with a light. So you're giving it a light. Really cool. Yeah. Do it faster, would you? Yeah. Ooh, nice. All right, let's get some lights on. So you don't have to keep doing that, Mr. Bean. That's going to be exhausting. All right, light number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Number 4. And number 5. Oh, that makes a difference, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Oh, you want to be over by the machine when we do the first sew-off? Yeah, cool. I'll put you right over here. All right, let's zoom in and launch with our first sew-off. Thanks for that opening, Mr. Bean. That was way cool. All right, what should we start with? What should we start with? We should probably start with a bell, shouldn't we? Class is officially now in session. Yeah, it is. Mr. Bean, I'm going to put you right back here. All right, what do we have here? Wow, we have a lot of leathers today. Holy mackerel. We could start with some genuine elk hide. Yeah, that's always a good one to start with. That's kind of a weird shape, isn't it? Huh. Well, let's see what we can do with it. Perfect timing as that song wrapped up. And that first song is called Night Run Away. And Chocolate Cookie Jam will be the next one, but we'll kind of launch with a single layer of elk hide and let you listen to this Mighty Spartan, this 192K that was born in 1959. And I won't go into all the particulars now, but I will share with you that this machine was brought with 2 other machines to the workshop last summer by Michelle Leeson. And she's from Cass City, Michigan. Y'all ever hear of Cass City, Michigan before? I have to admit, when she told me that's where she was from, I said, gosh, I've never heard of that before. So why don't we find out a little bit more about Cass City, Michigan? Whoever wants to take the initiative to Google it, and it's spelled C-A-S-S, then the word city, and then Michigan, and type in some interesting facts about Cass City, Michigan. If you're the first one to do it, I'll send you something special, okay? You got to be the first one to do it, and type something interesting in there, not like the population is, or, you know, the dog-cat ratio is, you know, something interesting. Type something in there that's going to be fun. And that way we can learn more about this great city in Michigan, okay, that Michelle Leeson is from. But the first thing we're going to learn is how does this 192K, this Mighty Spartan, how does it like sewing genuine elk hide? I'm going to check it out here. All right, so a single layer of genuine elk hide, if I can speak English. I'll try to sew around a little bit these edges as best as I'm able, and we'll see if I am able to do it. You never know, right? Here we go. Make sure my clutch is locked. Yes. All right, here we go. Cheat and make my turn a little bit here. And we're going to make another turn. I'll tell you one thing, it's not having any difficulty with a single layer, that's for darn sure. Mr. Bean, this is so long, I'm going to move you back so I don't knock you over. That wouldn't be very nice. Stop short a little bit there, that's okay. And I can mention, as I am maneuvering here, as I'm maneuvering around this piece of genuine alkyd, that I am sewing with a Schmetz size 90 universal style needle today. And universal needles again are designed to be able to sew a wide field of materials. A wide field of materials. Everything from vinyl to canvas to denim to leather. And that's why they're called a universal needle, is because they're able to do just a wide scope of sewing. That way you don't have to be switching between needles all the time, you know, between woven materials and between leather, and you know, it makes it a little bit easier. I think that's why they came up with it. They wanted to make it easier on the consumer, which, you know what, why not? Why shouldn't we make it easier? So I'm going to balance that up there, my weird little shaped alkyd. And this was like a piece that I ended up cutting that had already gotten a chunk cut out of it. That's why it has a little notch on there. So, and while we're checking this out, I'm going to put on a little bit more music for us. And like I said, it's going to be called Chocolate Cookie Jam. Chocolate Cookie Jam. So once again, we're sewing with a 1959 Singer 192K, which is also known as the Spartan, or as I like to say, the Mighty Spartan. So let's check out this top stitching to start. Beautiful stitching, and look at that top edge, giving you an idea of what we are sewing through. It's about 3 to 4 ounces of genuine alkyd, and alkyd is chemically processed, so it's not easy stuff to get through at all. The chemical processing on it kind of fortifies it, galvanizes the surface, and makes it super tricky to get through it. But you know what? You saw the amount of ease that Michelle's 192K had in getting through this material. It wasn't even an effort. It wasn't even an effort. And there's our totality of the stitching. I'm going to give it a page 34 for sure, because I'm loving the look of that stitching. It's very, very nice. The formation, the stitch, everything about that is just spot on. All right, let's turn it around and look at the lock stitch. You might have a little trouble seeing that because alkyd does have a bit of a nap on it. I think you said what? Yes, it's got a nap. It really does. All right, let's take a look at that lock stitch. A robot or something. Yeah, with that nap, it kind of shows up, it goes, hey, here I am, and then it disappears again. See right there? It's like, where is it? There it is. There we got a little glimpse of it. Well, I'm going to give that a page 34 lock stitch as well. It's absolutely spot on. And the lock stitch, again, is always more difficult for a sewing machine to generate because it's got to use that take-up arm the return spring and the action of the needle to pull that thread all the way back up through that very thick layer of genuine elk hide. So a lot easier to lay down that top stitch than it is that lock stitch, and yet Michelle's machine did a fabulous job in both respects, lock stitch and top stitch. So I'm going to throw that to the back as a definite pass. And I'll also show you that I did a lot of off-camera sewing because there were a lot of adjustments on this machine, and I kept getting different results, and so I had to finally just keep on plugging and plugging and plugging until I was satisfied that I had that sweet balance. And again, we're not sewing a single type of material, we're sewing a wide field of materials, so that machine has to be able to adapt, sometimes with a little minor adjustment, but it has to adapt through everything from elk hide to protected full grain leather to vegan style leather to, what else do I have? Italian leather, another type of protected full grain leather, and then finally two very thin pieces of 100% cotton for our quilters. This stuff right down here. So after doing all of this off-camera sewing with the needle that we're using now, this size 90 Schmetz needle, which equates to a size 14, we're at last ready to do this premiere. So that's the exciting stuff. Now I can be a little bit tricky sometimes, so you may not have noticed that on this workbench there are a couple of other machines. As a matter of fact, I will see if I can come off the tripod so we can get a little bit closer to them. And then I'll explain, well, why do we have these other machines sharing the limelight with our 192K, our Spartan, our Mighty Spartan, that belongs to Michelle Leeson out of Cass City, Michigan. Boy, I hope you folks came up with some cool facts to type into the live chat. That would be really nice. So the reason that I decided to bring two other machines into the scene and share the spotlight with our Mighty Spartan is because there's some commonality between these other machines and our Spartan. And I'll share what that is once I pick out another piece of music to put on. I don't know how we can top chocolate cookie jam, but we're going to try with a song called Bonfire. Does anyone love to go to bonfires? You're sitting around the fire, you got the flames going. As a matter of fact, my friend Sonny and Craig, I believe, recently posted a little video clip of their fire pit, and they were having a beautiful fire near their home. I assume at their home, but I don't know if it was at their home or not. And sometimes you'll catch a little glimpse of Vito coming near the fire. That's their very big, monstrous Mastiff that they have. He's a cool dog, super cool dog. So with that in mind, here's Bonfire. All right, let's come off the tripod for just a little bit, and I'll explain kind of why we have these other machines sharing the limelight with our incredible Mighty Spartan. So, talking a little bit about the Spartan to begin with. You know what? Let me actually start back here first, because I'll kind of do it in the order that they came on the scene, if that makes sense. So just bear with us for a second, Mighty Spartan, and let's go back over by this 99K. And we know it's a 99K because it has that little plate right there that says 99K on it. And then right on the pillar on the inside, it says basically made in Great Britain. Well, there's some debate on that, because most of these machines that came with an E-Series serial number, and you can see the serial number on this one starts with EK. Where is it? EK. And they have the serial number right on the front right side for the 99Ks. Where is the serial number on the Mighty Spartan? Well, I can tell you that's going to be right underneath the edge of the bed, right here in the center. It's going to be right about there, and so you have to tilt the machine back to read the serial number that would tell you that this machine was from 1959. So a little bit more about the 99K, because I get asked oftentimes, Scott, you'll draw comparisons between the Spartan, the 99K, and the featherweight. When did they come on the scene? When did they come onto the scene? Well, as you might know, the featherweight was introduced at the Chicago World's Fair right around 1934. The Singer 99K came on the scene just a short time later, in right around 1935. And then finally, the 192K came on the scene right around November of 1958. So again, the featherweight was first, right around 1934. We've got our 99K coming on the scene right around 1935. And last but certainly not least, we have the Spartan, the 192K, coming on the scene right around November of 1958. So these machines are all probably one of my favorite machines, and one of the most spectacular machines that Singer ever made, as we're looking at these three together. There really should be a fourth one on the workbench, but I don't have one right now, and that is a Singer 99. You have the 99K in the back right, you have the featherweight on the left, you have the Spartan in the front, but we don't have a 99. And a 99 would have first come on the scene, right, there's some debate on this, but the 99, which would be kind of the near twin brother of the 99K, came on the scene right around 1958. No, I'm sorry, that's the 192K. 1959. I'll get this right. So the 99K comes on the scene 1935. Just a year before, we have the featherweight that is introduced at the Chicago World's Fair right around 1934. And then our missing partner here is the 99 that came on the scene right around October of 1959. So it came out much, much later than its near twin brother. Again, the 99K came out around 1935. The 99, which was kind of the American-Canadian version of it, didn't come out until about 24 years later. 24 years pass, and then finally the 99 comes on the scene. And you might remember from an earlier premiere I did, there was a 99 that was made out of cast iron, or cast metal, as you see in front of you. And then there was another that was made out of aluminum, very much like our featherweight. And I do have, I think, an aluminum 99 or 99K somewhere. I'd have to search for it. But the whole thing about the origin, when you look at machines, is, do you go with what's on the machine, like right here, where it says made in Great Britain? Or do you go with the fact that we know that that 99K in the right rear and the Spartan as well were both made at the factory in Kilbowie, Scotland? And that's the whole thing about the serial number manufacturing series letters that will be part of the serial number. Those are the letters that will precede the numbers when you're looking at the serial number. For example, on this 99K, we've got EK 607705. Now the E immediately tells us Kilbowie, Scotland. And the Spartan also has an E series serial number as well. I don't know if I wrote that down or not. Otherwise, maybe we'll tilt the machine back and we'll take a look at it, and then you can look it up for me and tell me what the specific birth date is. That would be super cool. I'm just looking to see if on my notes I maybe have written it down, but I don't think I did. It doesn't look like I wrote down the serial number, so we'll have to tilt it back and take a look. So on the workbench right now, we have three machines, two of which were made in Kilbowie, Scotland. The featherweight is the lightest of these machines. It comes in right around 11 pounds. And then you're getting into the 20-25 pound range when you're talking about the Spartan and the 99K. They're basically a mirror image of each other. The Spartan is just the downgraded version when it comes to the simplicity of not having any decals and not having any of the ornamental stuff. The only thing ornamental on the Spartan really is this stitch length plate right here where it says 192K. Shows you back tacking. It shows you the stitch length range of 6 to 30. Apart from that, it's a bare bones machine. But as a trade-off for not having the decaling, like you see on the 99K, we ended up getting a lot bigger motor. The Spartan comes with a standard 0.8 amp motor, which means it has 2 times the strength of the featherweight 221, 221-1, or even the machine that I just premiered recently, the 222K that went back to Naples, Florida, back to Matty. All featherweights, whether they're a 222K, the free arm version, or one of the other 221s, they're all going to have a 0.4 amp motor. The Spartan, which is shorter than the featherweight in overall bed length, actually has 2 times the power. Now the 99K is going to come with a standard 0.54 amp motor. So it's going to have less power, about 0.3 of an amp less than the Spartan. And that was really the trade-off, as they were looking at how much people love the 99K, but they wanted to have more power with that little frame. They said, okay, we're going to sacrifice, we'll take away the decals, we'll make it plain Jane, we're going to make it a working machine, and we're going to give it a motor that's significantly larger than either the 99K or the featherweight for sure. So that really is, for some people, they love the frills, they love the decals, they love the, the ornamental touches. Other folks don't give a hoot, and they just want a strong working machine that still, in my book, is a real good-looking machine. And we're going to put it to the test more now as we get ready to do more sewing with this 192K from 1959. But first of all, I want to see if I can tilt it back and get you that serial number so that you can type in the chat what the birth date of this machine is that belongs to Michelle Leeson. Again, the 192K came on the scene right around November of 1958. And I already told you that this machine is in 1959. So let's look at that serial number, see if we can come up with a more definitive answer as to what the date, specific birth date of this machine is. So I'm going to loosen this up, and we're going to carefully tilt this back and see if we can get a glimpse of that serial number. I'm going to set the camera down just for a moment here. Kind of arc the machine back a little bit. There we go. Yeah, that's going to be nearly, it's going to be like nearly impossible to see it because it's underneath the lip of there. I'm going to see what I can do here. I'm going to hold the flashlight, and you'll laugh if you could see this. I'm going to hold the flashlight in my teeth and then bring the camera over by the serial number so you can try to copy it down, okay? There's nothing I won't do for my friends. All right, here we go. So it looks like EP 052765. Can you see that? So write it down so I can take this flashlight out of my mouth. EP 052765. Okay, excellent. Excellent. All right. All righty. Okay, that's easier to talk now. So I just gave you the serial number. Hopefully you wrote it down. And then you can type into the chat. If you're the first one to type it into the chat, I would love to send you something special. The full birth date and the production group size of this Spartan 192K. Okay? So I'm going to put the camera back up on the tripod and let's jump into some more sewing, okay? And I'll put on a little bit more music for us because it's super duper quiet. But again, it's just kind of fun. It's kind of fun to look at these machines comparatively. And I've done this in the past. I could certainly do it again, just briefly. And the reason I say that either the Spartan or the 99K is going to be shorter in overall bed length is because the featherweight can only be used, can only be sewed with when the bed is rotated down, like right now. And I'm rotating it onto Herr Obermeister, which I'm sure he doesn't appreciate that very much. So you can only use the featherweight when the bed is rotated down. And when you do that, the overall machine length of the featherweight, 221, is going to be right around 15 inches, as opposed to the Spartan, which is going to be 12 inches, and the 99K is going to be identical, 12 inches as well. And I've done this comparison before as far as workspace, or as I refer to it, the harp space, which is this inner core right here of the machine. And the 99Ks are going to generally do a much better job when it comes to harp space. I'm going to raise the elevation of this a little bit so we can see the featherweight a little bit more easily. So they're going to do a little bit of better job in providing more harp space. And I'll actually do a quick measurement on that right now. The most critical harp space measurement for most sewers is going to be from the needle to the pillar, because that inner space right there is critical as far as rotating materials and such. So if I measure that harp space between the needle and the pillar on the Spartan, I'm going to get a measurement of 6.5 inches. 6.5 inches. If I do it on the featherweight, I'm going to get 5.25 inches. So a significant more amount of space between the needle and the pillar. And the measurement on the Singer 99K or the 99 is going to be identical because the body styles are the same. So if you're picking a machine for general all-purpose sewing, but you want something that's compact, let's say that you live in a small apartment, kind of like our friend Heidi that I sent that FOF to over in Switzerland, and you only have so much space, only so much table space or counter space, this Spartan or that 99K are going to be more compact and take up less counter space or table space than even the featherweight 221 because it's about 3 inches longer. And 3 inches on a small table or a small counter space can make a big difference. Not to mention, if you're going to be using that featherweight for heavier grade sewing, you're going to be a little bit more hard pressed, particularly if that motor and machine has not been optimized in the workshop, because you only have a 0.4 amp motor. You look at this Spartan, you're getting 0.8 amps, 2 times the power of the featherweight, and 0.8 amps versus 0.54 amps on the Singer 99K or 99. So they're also, 0.3 of an amp more, 0.4 of an amp more. You're going to have significant amount of power and take up less space with either of these two machines, the Spartan or the 99K. So for me, it's an easy choice. I love power. So I would definitely lean towards a 192K and or a 99K if I were looking to do some heavy grade sewing and just have a lot of choice in how I was going to use that machine. And speaking of using the machine, why don't we do that instead of me just blah blah blah? Let's go down to the needle and do some more sewing with this 192K, this Mighty Spartan. Waiting for my camera to stop moving. Yes! All right. So if you were paying attention to the facts that I gave a little bit ago, I'm going to restate them again in the form of a question and see whether or not you might be able to win something special. after I play Bonfire again. There we go. Okay. So if you were a good student taking good notes and paying attention, here, I'll widen this right now, so we're not just staring at the needle the whole time. Okay, so we're looking at these three machines, right? And the fourth phantom machine, which represents the Singer 99. So going back to the facts that I shared with you, okay? Out of these three machines, which was the first one to come on the scene, and what year was that? Better yet, what year was it and where was it introduced? These three machines. Again, in the rear, we've got the Singer 221, the featherweight. On the right side, we've got the 99K, and in the foreground, we have the 192K, which is also known as the Spartan. So out of these three machines, which machine came on the scene first? What year was it? Where was it introduced? That's question number one. What was the second machine that's on the workbench right now to come on the scene? What was the second machine to come on the scene? And what year was it introduced? You already know where I'm going with this, right? What was, and this is a little tricky, so really pay attention. What was the third machine, either on screen or off a screen, to be introduced next? So we've got machine one that we're saying was the first one, machine two, the second one, machine three, what was the third one? And what year was that? And again, it might be a machine that's not on the workbench because I mentioned the 99, which is not on the workbench. Last but not least, what was the fourth machine to be introduced as far as being made and manufactured? And what year was that? Matter of fact, when I mentioned it before, I gave you the month as well. I gave you the month and the year that this other machine would have been introduced. Actually, I did that for two of the machines. Yeah. All right, so work on those answers, would you? I like this to be a fun place. We have a lot of fun, but I also like it to be a learning environment. And knowing the history of the machines that we're working with and or machines that you're going to see on this channel, that is power. Knowledge is power, right? All right, so back to our Mighty Spartan now, and let's see what we're going to sew next. I have to give you one more question. I'm so naughty. Okay, one more question. I'm going to make you totally seasick. One more question. As we're looking at these three machines and our other phantom machine, which is the Singer 99, if you want to type in the chat to demonstrate your knowledge, tell me what are the hook systems on these machines. What is the hook system on the 192K Spartan that belongs to Michelle? What is the hook system on the featherweight 221? What is the hook system on the 99K in the rear right, and also the 99? Okay, type that into the chat, and I'd like to send you something special. If you're the first one to get it right, if you're the first one to do it, okay? That's the other question that I wanted to ask and I forgot to. All right, now in total silence, because it's really quiet down here. Let's do our next sew-off on the Mighty Spartan. Let's do our next sew-off. First of all, I'm going to wipe over the bed a little bit. Okay. So we already did a single layer of genuine elk hide, right? We already laid down some stitching on a single layer of genuine elk hide. Now, why don't we do a ribbon material? And if you're new to this channel, this ribbon material is paper thin. We're talking like rice paper thin. It's 100% polyester, Polyester, if you know anything about anything, is a real tricky material to feed over the feed dogs, and it's real slippery. So we'll see how this 192K can manage this super thin, slippery, 100% polyester ribbon material. All right? So I'm going to get that underneath the presser foot. We're going to buzz down that, and then we'll take a look at the stitching. As a matter of fact, I can go down and around on this, I think. I'm going to try. No guarantees. All right. So 100% polyester ribbon material. Let's buzz around this, and then we'll move forward with our next sew off. All right, here we go. After I get my foot on the foot controller. And I like went almost completely off the edge there. I am like barely on the edge. I'm like barely on the edge again. All right, let's go down to the finish line. Here we go. Just realized that my faceplate is loose. I could hear it. I'm hearing a jingle, and I'm going, what is that jingling sound? Sounded like Santa's sleigh bells almost. All right, so let's take a look at this stitching on this super paper thin ribbon material. And I didn't mention it yet, I don't think, but I am using a size 90 Schmetz needle. Maybe I did mention that already. I forget. I've had customers in and out of the workshop today, so my head is doing a little bit of spinning right now. But we are using a size 90. It's kind of a generalist type needle. Beautiful stitching. Wow. You got to take a look at this. And the thread that I'm using is the thread that I used previously. And it's by Coates & Clark. I'm going to look it up real quick. I think it's Trilobal or something like that. Let me take a look. And if you remember, you can type it in the chat as I'm looking it up. Pretty sure it was Trilobal. Okay, there it is. Yes, that's what it's called. So it's Trilobal embroidery thread by Coates & Clark. And it comes generally on 600 yard spools. That's a lot of thread. That's kind of what I have up top right now, I think. I've used it on several machines, and we're still going strong. So again, a size 90 Schmetz needle, and we have Trilobal thread that we're using, embroidery thread. And we have a timber as far as the material, because I have my fan running. And it blew the stitch off over. Let me angle that down a little bit more. Okay, let's take a look at these before it blows over again. So this next song I'm going to put on when we're looking at the stitching is called Dulce Reggaeton. Dulce Reggaeton. Okay, let's take a look at this stitching. There's my crazy corner right there. Just ignore that. I gotta loosen my camera a little bit. It's really, really tight. Folks, I'm gonna pause right there. Pause right there. I'm gonna say it, page 34 stitching. Our top stitch is definitely page 34. The spacing, the formation, the integrity of the stitch, it's absolutely what we want to be seeing. Absolutely. There again on that top row. All right, totality of the stitching. pretty big piece of material. We got to come out quite a ways. Let's just go center. So totality of the stitching, where we can still see it without zooming way out, is absolutely spot on. That is the type of stitching that we want to be seeing at a premiere, so that this machine that belongs to Michelle can graduate from the workshop. Let's turn it over and see how this 192K did with the lock stitch. The lock stitch is always going to be tougher, even with thin material like this. It's going to be tougher to maintain stitch integrity and to get some real clear, nicely defined stitching. Especially when you're talking about a slippery 100% polyester material like this stuff. Okay, hopefully it doesn't tip over. It's like right on the brink of tipping. So let's take a look, real quick look before it does tip over. Totality of the stitching from this distance, at least, absolutely spot on. Let's take a look closer in now. Pause right there. Pause right there. And pause right there. Folks, I'm going to give that a definite page 34 lock stitch. That is absolutely near perfect textbook quality. Let me look at these almost together here, if I kind of do it nice and slow. I'm just going to say it. Wow! Some amazing stitching there. And that again is our lock stitch. It's absolutely spot on. So I'm going to throw that to the back with our elk hide and give that a definite pass. What are we going to sew next? Maybe I'll do some denim. Maybe we'll jump into some denim next. Yeah, I think that might be fun. But before we do that, I'm going to quickly walk you around this machine, which will be a real quick walk because it's a very simple machine. It's very, very simple. So right down here we have our thread tensioner. It acts as a tensioner when you're winding a bobbin with this machine. And I'll come out on this shot and we'll kind of look at the machine. I'll kind of point to give you the path for winding a bobbin on this machine. And also, as we're looking at the machine like this, I'll mention that the flat side of the needle, when you insert it into the needle socket, the flat side is going to go towards the pillar, which is to the right. You're going to be threading this machine from left to right, and when you put the bobbin into the drop-in bobbin case by opening this little door, you're going to be putting it in so that the thread is over the top. So as you're putting the bobbin in, the thread will be over the top, which means as that unwinds, it's going to be turning counterclockwise. Okay? So just think of it like this. This is a class 15 bobbin, so it's not the correct bobbin, but so as you're dropping it in, turn my screen around. As you're dropping it in, you're going to have the thread over the top like this. You'll drop it in, and that way as it's unwinding, it's going to be turning like this. See how that's, whoops, be turning like this. Counterclockwise. Okay? It's important to orientate thread correctly when you're dropping it into the bobbin case, or when you're putting it into the bobbin case, so you don't experience a lot of thread feed issues. So when you're winding a bobbin on this, the thread comes off the top. There's a thread guide right here, right in conjunction where the take-up arm would be moving. You're then going to come across the front of the machine with the thread to this thread guide right here. And threading it through the thread guide can sometimes be a little bit confusing to folks. So I'm going to show you, by zooming in a little bit closer, how you're going to do that. So again, I'll just show you the path closer up. Thread right there, come through that thread guide right there, and then you come across the front of the machine down to this thread guide right here, or this also acts as a thread tensioner. And when you're putting the thread through it, after it comes across the front of the machine, off the top there, imagine that the thread is kind of like coming off the top. Okay, this is off the top. You then come with the thread through here and around. See how I did that? I have my screen the wrong way again. So again, as the thread comes across the front of the machine and comes to this point before it goes up to the actual bobbin winding assembly, you're going to come through this lower point. You're going to come around the back. Then you're going to come back up through this upper point, so it's like this. See that? And then this side of the thread here is going to go straight up to the bobbin winder. You're going to rotate that bobbin winder into the balance wheel, which in this case is actually going to run on the rim adjacent to the balance wheel, and you're going to disengage the clutch and wind your bobbin. But this threading point can confuse a lot of people, so I wanted to show it to you. You come in the bobbin, the bottom, you come in the bottom, you come around the back, you come up through this top portion, and then from there you go straight up to the bobbin itself. Give a couple winds, and then just wind it like you would normally with a bobbin. I think I better get a drink. My tongue is sticking. And again, when you're winding a bobbin, realize that as you're winding it, you know, you've rotated it in to the balance wheel. It's rotated in, you got your bobbin on, you've done all the threading across the front of it correctly, but you're not getting an even distribution on your bobbin. Remember that this thread tensioner down here that I just showed you how to thread has a screw just on the back of it, slightly out of view. And if, as you're winding the bobbin, you're getting a heavier concentration of thread on the left side of the bobbin, then you have to adjust this by moving it more to the right. If you're getting too much of a concentration of thread that's filling on the bobbin on the right side, then you've got to loosen this screw and slide this assembly to the left. So it's a matter of finding that sweet spot on it so that it's going to distribute the thread evenly. This little piece right here, this thread tensioner, is going to determine your success or failure in getting that thread evenly distributed on that bobbin. So don't be afraid to adjust it. Again, as you're winding a bobbin, if you're getting a heavier concentration of thread on the left, then slide this to the right. If you're getting a heavier concentration of thread on the right, then slide it a little bit to the left. And then, you know, start winding the bobbin again and watch for that thread movement to see how your flow is, whether or not you're getting an even distribution. Because your choice otherwise is to hold on to it with your finger and do it manually, which is kind of defeats the purpose, right? So now we're moving up to this control right here, which is going to control our stitch length. Anywhere from 6 stitches per inch all the way down to 30 stitches per inch. And then if you go above that line right here, you're going to be back tacking. And that really was the big benefit of the evolution of the 192K and the later versions of the 99K, and certainly the 99, is that some of those very early versions did not have a back tack capacity. So for people that wanted to finish off seams and lock off those stitches, that back tack feature was an absolute essential. Absolute essential. What else did I want to show you? I could show you threading, but it really is quite simple. Really is quite simple. Should I do it anyway? Yeah, why not? And we probably should come off the tripod to do that, shouldn't we? Yeah. And then we'll jump back into some more sewing because I got a whole stack of material here that we can potentially sew. So coming off the top, you're going to come across here. You're going to go through the same thread guide that we use when we're winding a bobbin right there. Before I go any further, let me say this, that when you're winding a bobbin, when you're threading the machine, I'm still stuck in the bobbin thing. When you're threading the machine, starting over, rewind, coming off the top, going through this thread guide, make sure that your take-up arm is at the highest position. Make sure that your presser foot lever on the back is in the up position so that there's no pressure on those discs and you can draw that thread deep into there. Make sure that it's all drawn all the way in when you come off the top. Draw it into those discs. You come around the back side of this and then you have to come over this opening to the spring like you see it right there. You then come underneath this thread guide right here, which when you raise and lower the presser foot lever, it goes up and down. See that? So you go underneath here. You do not go through the hole. I had one person that said my thread keeps breaking. They sent me a pic of their threading, and they had threaded it through that hole. Don't do that. Go underneath here, and then from there you're going to go straight up to your take-up arm, which is this. Then you're going to have a thread guide on the front of the faceplate right there. You're going to have another thread guide that's really kind of hidden right there. See the little edge of it? But you have to come into it from the right side and then draw that thread over to this side here. Okay? And then from there you're going to come down to your needle and thread it through the eye of the needle from left to right. Okay? So that's the threading of the 192K, and obviously the 99 and the 99K are going to be threaded identically. And again, the needle flat side goes to the right. Okay? I think I covered everything. Yeah, that should be... Yeah, it's one of those things you can take it for granted, but you shouldn't. All right, let's lock this in place and pick out our next material to be the victim of this Mighty Spartan. All right, got it. So the last one was called Dulce Reggaeton. The next one is called Clean and Dance. Clean and Dance. Clean and Dance. I'm going to get a drink real quick. That hits the spot. It's still really hot in Wisconsin right now, right around the 90s. 90s is super hot for Wisconsin. Type in the chat right now where the temperature's at right now in your neck of the woods. Where's it been? I know I chatted with Veronica the other day, and she said that it's been up in the 90s down in Texas too, which I guess that's not a huge surprise for Texas, right? We kind of expect it to be hotter down in Texas, at least I do. I spent some time in Texas on business, and it was always a little bit on the hotter side. Well, why don't we jump into 2 layers of genuine elk hide now. We'll just continue sewing the elk hide to get that done and over with. So if you're curious about what 2 layers of elk hide looks like, there you go. That equates to right around 12 to 14 ounces of leather. Now, my friend Paula said, can you give us measurements? So using my caliper, when you're talking about 12 to 14 ounces of leather, you're talking about close to 10 millimeters at the thickest point, 10 millimeters of leather where I have it bent over right here. Because that's going to be a little bit thicker. It's going to kind of pucker up a little bit. So let me slide that underneath the presser foot and let's try buzzing down with this Mighty Spartan these 2 layers of genuine elk hide. And I would love to tell you it's an easy task for the Mighty Spartan. It isn't. This is the thick of thick, and you can see that in the camera right now to some extent, what we're going to be trying to sew with this Mighty Spartan. And I kind of pause when I say Mighty Spartan because it's a 3/4 size machine, just like the 99, the 99K. It's not a full-size machine, and yet it's sewing leather that some full-size machines would not even think about trying to sew. And if you were wondering, is the featherweight also a 3/4 size machine? The answer is no. The featherweight is a half-size machine. So by size measurements, as far as machines do, it's actually smaller than the 99K, the 99, or the 192K. And yet it's longer in overall bed length, so you figure that out. But as mighty as the Spartan is, it's still only a 3/4 size machine. All right, let's see how it does with what would choke a lot of other vintage sewing machines. It just would. All right, keep your fingers crossed. Here we go. Here we go. I wish I had that Office Max button right now, or Office whatever it is, so I could click. That was easy. That was easy. Look at that, folks, what we just did. We'll look at these closer up, but I can already tell you that they are gorgeous, gorgeous stitches. We are definitely in the ranks of page 34. With 2 layers of genuine elk hide. Chemically processed, fortified to be more resistant to wear, which tells you straight away that it's going to be tougher to sew. So let's look at our top stitch first. I'm going to have to kind of turn it upside down because with that leather piece right there, it's not going to sit flat otherwise. Now let's see what we think of these stitches. As I pick out a little bit of stitch looking music. So that was Clean and Dance. Now we have Disco Climax. I'm thinking of Mr. Bean right away. As soon as I hear the word disco. Because he loves disco music. Alright, let's take a look at these. Absolutely beautiful stitching. The formation, the stitch balance, stitch integrity is just absolutely spot on. And again, we are not using, I'm going to pause right there. We are not using a leather needle. We're using a size 90 generalist type needle. And yet it's going through 2 layers of genuine elk hide like it's butter. You saw it launch. There was no hesitation. There was no, oh my gosh, how can I do this? It hit that leather and was just like, you're done. I'm going after you. It sews like it has a vengeance for the material that it's sewing. A nice vengeance, but nonetheless a vengeance like, try to stop me. It's not going to happen. Let's turn it over and look at that lock stitch. I can already see some beautiful, beautiful stitches with that lock stitch. Excuse me. Absolutely gorgeous stitches. Again, the lock stitch is always going to be tougher. Let's pause right there. That is page 34. Totality of the stitching. I don't think I did totality on the other side. We'll have to flip it again. Totality of the stitching with 2 layers of genuine elk hide. And this again is our lock stitch. Wow. Wow! Amazing. Amazing! And as I rotate it towards the camera so we can look at the totality stitching on the other side, look at again what we sewed through. Good luck trying that on another vintage machine that has not been optimized in this workshop. Seriously. We'll spin it around now and look at that, the top stitch. The totality of the stitching, which is just absolutely also wow. Also wow. Once I get the camera adjusted, it's wow. But again, folks, I want you to understand that this is not a normal thing to do with an average vintage sewing machine. One that's been optimized, no worries. But for an average sewing machine, really an average sewing machine, vintage or otherwise, you're not going to want to try to sew through that much leather. Again, at this widest point over here, it's about 10 millimeters. Between 6 to 10 millimeters is what we're sewing off on, laying off stitches like that. You got to figure out which way to rotate it here. You can see it from the side. Folks, that is a new level of crazy when it comes to using what is by definition a household sewing machine to do sewing like this. We could just stop here. When you're seeing stitches like this on 2 layers of genuine elk hide, yeah, I mean it's a no-brainer. So I'm going to throw this to the rear as well with the other sew-offs we've done so far on camera. And all I'm going to say is that I am very impressed with what this Spartan is doing. But I'm not surprised. Not surprised. Alright, so the next one is called Breathe, which as the weather gets into the 90s, it's harder to breathe, isn't it? It just is. Alright, let's take a look at what we're going to sew next. And we might go totally lightweight here. We might go lightweight now. Let's see. Yeah, we could sew some of this. This is our piecing together 2 very thin layers of 100% cotton. My friend Paula Noel is the one that prompted me to do this. And so I picked up a bunch of fat quarters. I haven't sewn this color yet. I think I did, I don't know what color I did the last time. Was it yellow maybe? I have no idea. But I think this is a gorgeous color, don't you? And I think it'll be interesting to see it with yellow thread. So let's get this underneath the presser foot. We're going to go down and around. I'm going to try to go down and around. This stuff is real slippery to sew, but we're going to give it a go. 100% cotton. Again, we're using a size 90 needle. And we're using this embroidery thread. So let's see how it does. Here we go. Let's turn that corner. Down to the finish. Not much gas, just a little bit. Just a wee little bit. I can already tell you, getting a pre-glimpse of these, wow. Wow! Heavy duty, lightweight, it doesn't matter with this Mighty Spartan that belongs to Michelle. It is just like getting the job done. Just getting her done. All right, let's take a look at these now. Again, these are two very thin layers of 100% cotton. 100% cotton, just like our quilters use for piecing the different portions of the quilt, the panels together, etc. So let's take a look at these and see what we think. That breathe song is, I don't know, it's just a little bit too repetitive. I wouldn't describe it as awful, but I would describe the next song as awful, which is what the title is. And if you're curious what I'm drinking raspberry lemonade. I love lemonade. Does anyone else love lemonade? If you do, type into the chat what kind of lemonade you drink. Maybe you make your own lemonade. Almost like some people make the sun tea. So this is our top stitch. Again, we're using a size 90 Schmetz Universalist type needle. And we're using that embroidery thread. Folks, I am seeing gorgeous stitching. I don't know about you. Absolutely gorgeous stitching. And I'm seeing that I don't have that angled enough. Hold on a second. There we go. Pause right there. Pause right there. Pause right there. I'm kind of getting into this pause thing, you know what I mean? Pause, pause, pause. Now, lift your left foot up. Yeah. Folks, those are definitely page 34 stitching. So I'm going to come out, we'll look at the totality of the stitching on that really cool, kind of a raspberry colored 100% cotton. Isn't that gorgeous? With that yellow contrasting embroidery thread. You could do some fun stuff with this. You really could. Well, let's first of all see how we managed that lock stitch, which we already know is going to be tougher for the machine because of that factor of gravity and the friction of pulling that thread back up through the layers, even thin layers. It can somehow make that task a little bit more difficult for the machine because you don't have the benefit of gravity working in your favor. Well, I did some interesting sewing there, didn't I? At the end, I kind of tucked it in. See that? Wider, tucking. Yeah, that was all planned. I wish. It wasn't. Beautiful stitching. Pause right there. Gorgeous, gorgeous stitching. Pause right there. Pause right there. Folks, that is some drop-dead gorgeous lock stitching. It just is. I'm going to take my hand off the camera. We'll kind of look at the totality of the stitching. Again, 100% cotton. So we've gone from 2 layers of genuine elk hide. We did a single layer of elk hide as well, obviously. We did the ribbon material, and now we just laid down page 34 stitching, both this lock stitch and the top stitch on the other side, with 2 layers of paper thin 100% cotton. so that our quilters can look at this and go, wow, yeah, that Spartan does a brilliant job. Stitch quality, stitch integrity, and also it manages that material, which can be a little bit difficult for some machines because it's all down to a feed factor. It's all down to a feed factor. So I'm going to throw this to the back as well with our other sew-offs. And we're going to keep on marching forward. We got a lot more sew-offs to do. Plus, we're going to jump over to Facebook as well. I'm going to wait to show you the sew-off sandwich because we're going to do a couple more sew-offs first. I think we'll do denim next. Let's see here. Piano Trap Beethoven. I think we'll put that one on next. Piano Trap Beethoven. It really is the title, folks. It really is. All right, let's go over now by the needle and do our next sew-off, which I do believe is going to be 100%. It's going to be genuine heavy-duty denim. It's going to be heavy-duty denim. That's what I meant to say. Only took 3 tries. Heavy-duty denim. Heavy-duty denim. Most every sewer, even if they're an occasional sewer, is going to be sewing with denim at some point. They just are. They're going to be sewing with denim. So I was, when I'm able to, I always love to show heavy grade denim. But more importantly, I like to show sewing multiple layers of heavy grade denim. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold this in the middle, get us up to 4 layers, fold it one more time, and get us all the way up to 6 layers of heavy grade denim. See what that looks like? 6 layers of heavy grade denim to this dramatic music. Perfect timing. Yes, it is. All right, let's give this a go. Here we go. Yes, I took that a little bit faster. I was getting a little bit anxious with not having given this Mighty Spartan much mightiness, so I wanted to give a little bit more mightiness to it. And not only did we give it mightiness, but we also laid down stitching that is absolutely, I can tell you already, page 34. Absolutely incredible. Before I put that in the front, look at that from the side. 6 layers of heavy grade denim, folks. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's fun, isn't it? Isn't it fun to be able to sew at that level so daggone easily? All right, let's take a look at these stitches. 6 layers of heavy grade denim. I'm telling you one thing, folks, don't try this at home. Seriously, don't try it at home. Pause right there. Wow. Wow! Pause right there. That is just fantabulous. That's my new word. Look at the thickness of that. That is just fantabulous. Unbelievable. Totality of the stitching. We got to come out like a country mile there. Look at that. Why don't we go to this country mile here. Right about there. So totality of the stitching also shows you on this top stitch that bobbin case is doing a fabulous job. Again, this is a drop-in bobbin. Drop it into there, and again, it's supposed to be unwinding counterclockwise. That's what a near perfect stitch looks like. That's a page 34 stitch right there, all the way across. And again, not a light sew-off. Although light sew-offs can be challenging too, we went through 6 layers of heavy grade denim, folks. 6 layers. I'm going to turn it over so we can get a first look. There's the thickness again. We can get a first look at that lock stitch. This is our lock stitch now. Unbelievable. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, the piano trap Beethoven's kind of a fun song, isn't it? It's got little ebbs and flows to it. But now we're going to listen to phrase prant. Phrase prant. Yeah, no we're not. I clicked the wrong button and it just scrolled to the bottom. Hold on a second. All right, let's try this again. Phrase prant. This is a fun one. All right, another little drink of raspberry lemonade. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's so good. Especially on a hot day. Lemonade. All right. Already, you can look at this lock stitch. 6 layers of heavy grade denim. And that is a lock stitch that is on page 34. It just is. Let's get closer. Gotta turn that a little bit more. Hold on a second. There we go. Start over on that line. Did I turn it too far? Pause. Pause. Wow. That's our lock stitch, folks. Absolutely unbelievable. Totality of the stitching. I'm going to give that a definite pass and give it a definite page 34. There we go. My camera's a little bit high. That makes it even easier to see. Yay! Yay! Beautiful stitch. Holy mackerel. All right, so our 6 layers of denim is a definite pass. I'm going to throw that to the back. And let's keep on moving forward. Keep on moving forward. What should I sew now? I think I might do some vegan leather. And this is a different flavor of vegan leather. No, I didn't taste it. I'm just using that as a figure of speech. It's a different flavor of vegan style leather. And I say that because the backing is different on it. Remember the other one that had kind of a, I mean, it looked like a leather backing, looked like a leather nap? This one has a totally different backing. I'm too close. This one has a totally different backing. See that? It's a little bit thicker too. So let's see how Michelle's machine does in managing this type of vegan style leather, which no animals were harmed in the filming of this premiere. But there may be some animal byproducts in there. You never know. You just never know. All right. Well, that was a jazzy song, wasn't it? So we'll start with a single layer, and then we'll step it up to 2 layers. I'll fold it over and we'll try to do 2 layers. This next song is called Ya Ya. I'm going to turn the volume way down. And we'll see what we think of this song. Ya Ya. It's even fun to say, isn't it? Sorry, what are you listening to? Ya Ya. You don't have to be rude about it. No, that's the name of the song. Ya Ya. Ya Ya. See, even they're saying it. Ya Ya. All right, down the middle, single layer of this vegan style, and actually I'll go offset a little bit, so if Michelle wants to sew down the other side, once she gets this machine, she can do that. Instead of sewing right down the middle, I'll offset it to the left. All right, so a single layer of vegan style leather. Let's see how this 192K powered by a 0.8 amp motor does with this task. Here we go. I'll tell you one thing, it didn't have any trouble going through it, that's for darn sure. That was like almost embarrassingly easy. Not even a remote challenge. Will we be able to challenge this Mighty Spartan during this premiere? I don't know. I don't know. We'll wait and see. I try to set it up to challenge the machine with the sew-offs that I pick out. I mean, they are sew-offs that would kill other machines easily. All right, let's take a look at this top stitch, which I can tell you already. P-A-G-E space 34. Page 34. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. As the song goes. All right, let's take a look at these. I'm not even going to say pause. I'm just going to say page 34, and we'll just go back and forth a couple times. Unbelievable. And this is tricky stuff, folks. This vegan style leather, whether it's this leather, this vegan style leather, or the other stuff I used previously, it's got a high concentration of vinyl in it, which right away, if you know anything about sewing vinyl, it can totally mess you up. Well, if it had the goal of messing us up, it failed. It totally failed. That's absolutely page 34. Totality of the stitching. Folks, that is, wow. You know what? Let's step that up to a page 34 plus. Let's step that up to a page 34 plus. Because what I'm seeing from where I'm at right now, I'm going to raise it up a little bit. There we go. That is just absolutely spot on. The stitch formation, the integrity of the stitch, the presentation of the stitch, the glory of the stitch. It doesn't get any better than that. But let's not celebrate yet, because we haven't seen the lock stitch. I did, but you haven't. Let's turn around and look at that lock stitch on this vegan style leather. Very tricky stuff. Very tricky stuff with that vinyl concentration in it. So the next one we're going to play is called Beyond. Beyond. We already heard Yaya, now we're going to do Beyond. No, I didn't say Beyonce. No. Beyond. Pay attention. Totality of the stitching is absolutely spot on. I can see that's leaning a little bit. There we go. I think that's better. It might be better. I might have made it worse. No, that's a little bit clearer, I think. All right, let's zoom in and take a look. Wow. That's absolutely page 34. And as I'm looking at that backing much closer as we're zoomed in on it, that almost looks like something you would glue down, doesn't it? Is that like a glue down back? If you think that that's like, this stuff is designed to glue down to something, and that's why it has that backing, go ahead and type that in the chat. Tell me what your thoughts are on this vegan style material. Unbelievable. Wow. Wow. So it's absolutely a pass. Page 34, top and lock stitch. I'm going to throw that to the back. Now we're going to step it up to 2 layers, and then we'll look at our sew-off sandwich starting to build. So now we're going to try 2 layers of this stuff. And let me just say this. When you're incorporating vinyl into the mix, there's no given that it's going to be an easy sew-off. Vinyl will distort stitching. It will cause skip stitching. It causes all kinds of headaches. And so you might say, okay, you're premiering a machine, you're showcasing the machine. Why in heaven's name would you sew with a material that's like a ticking bomb? I mean, it can do all kinds of weird things on this live premiere because I have that much confidence in the machine when I'm done with it. And even when we have anomalies where there's a stitch imbalance as far as tension or something like that, we can address that on the spot and make it a learning lesson. So we're trudging forward, full steam ahead on these 2 layers of this vegan style, highly concentrated vinyl material. All right, let's see what happens. Here's the voice of confidence. Let's see what happens. Oh, I'm terrified. No, I'm not. All right, let's get this underneath the presser foot. Actually, I'll face it this way so you can see the thickness of it more clearly. If I turn it the other way, it kind of separates and you can't see the thickness as readily. And I'm also going to offset it a little bit so I can leave space for Michelle to sew down it if she wants to as well. I think that's fun, isn't it? Where you can watch this live premiere, you can see the machine doing sew-offs. If it's your machine, you can see it doing the sew-offs, and then you can try the same sew-off at home. I've had numerous customers that have said that they've done that. And it's such a blast as they watch the premiere, and then as they're watching the premiere and this material is actually being sewn, they can be sewing it in their sewing space at the very same time, vicariously reliving the premiere. How cool is that? So that was called Beyond, and now we're going to put on Pan's Liberath. Sounds like I'm stuttering or whatever, but that's what it's called, Pam's Liberath. Here we go. Pam's Liberath. All right, 2 layers of vegan style leather. Here we go. I've got these slippers on and I'm trying to put my slipper back on. That's why I was pausing for a second. All right, here we go. Oh, good gravy did I go off canter there. Hold on a second. Oh, all right, I'm going to have a little weird thing here because I've got to see if I can redeem this in some way. I doubt it, but we'll give it a try. All right, here we go again. Take up arm up. Well, I made a pretzel. That's exactly what I made, is a pretzel. See that? Well, there goes to prove when you're trying to sew something with a high concentration of vinyl, what can go wrong? Yeah. And the machine did a brilliant job of feeding it, but I didn't do such a great job. Matter of fact, why don't you can see the stitching right there is spot on, but I'm going to pull it apart and we're going to redo it one more time. I'm going to see if I can do a better job of sewing down this material without creating another pretzel. Hold on a second. Testing my hand strength here. Because this embroidery thread, I said it before, is surprisingly strong. No idea what the thread weight would equate to, but It definitely is a lot stronger than I would have expected. It's also wanting to hang on to that material. It's like, no, no, we sold it. It's ours now. Oh, come on. Hold on a second. I'm getting there. You can listen to this very interesting song. All right, let's try this again, shall we? Maybe I'll put it the other way this time. So we have a more clear line of stitching. All right, let's try this again. I set you up for it. I told you it was tricky stuff, and I just proved it. All right, let's try this again. I'll leave the right side open if Michelle wants to sew down that side. And there'll already be a line of stitching to hold this stuff together because this stuff is a booger. It can be a booger. All right, here we go. Let's try this again. See how we do this time. I hope I do better. And I know I could use clamps and everything to hold this together, but hey, let's just live wild, okay? Let's just live wild and dangerously. Here we go. Yes! I did better that time. Sort of. I did better in yeah, I did, well, not really. I did a goofy thing in the middle there where I was kind of like fighting this stuff a little bit, and so I compressed the stitches a little bit as it was trying to advance, and I was like, no, don't go that way, go this way. So one rule that I've talked about is let the feed dogs do the work. Well, yeah, sometimes rules are meant to be broken, because sometimes when you're trying to manipulate a material like this that has that high concentration of vinyl in it, if you just let the feed dogs try to manage it, you're setting them up for failure. You really are. Because they need your help. You got to work as a team. Got to be a team. Yeah, right there in the middle, you'll see where I compressed the stitches because I was like, "Hey, let's go this way. Come over here way. Yeah, go there. Yep, nope, that way." Now I'm going to try to get this. Yeah, good luck. I'm going to have to feed this manually. Let me set it there for a second, and I'll zoom in closer, and then we'll kind of walk it past the camera. Well, I can see that shot right now that you're looking at least. Look at it with me. What are you seeing? And don't judge how evenly I sewed it. But judge how Michelle's 192K Spartan did. That, open up to page 34, the near perfect stitch. Scott never says perfect stitch because we're never going to reach the summit. We're always going to be improving things. We're always going to get better. We're going to apply the Cani principle, C-A-N-I. Brand new to this, first premiere ever, ask one of our experienced student teachers, what does Cani mean? What does it mean? Type it in the chat. And while you're doing that, I'm going to put on the next song, which is called Fast and Run. Fast and Run. Yeah, I feel fast and running. Sort of, kind of. All right, I'm zoomed all the way in. Turn my little screen around. Let's take a look at these stitches. And I'll do my best because it's kind of twisted with that vinyl. See how the vinyl kind of twists it around? All right, let's start over here. I'm looking over my shoulder, folks. hate that? You get a tickle on your nose right as you're trying to do that? That angle on the camera is a little bit off. Let me see if I can change this, because I'm getting really irritated with trying to keep it. Now we have a level spot there. That's better. Folks, that's absolutely page 34, but I'm going to do something real quick. Hold on a second. All right, camera, impress me. There's that little middle spot right there where I was battling the material and I kind of jimmied up the stitches. This is so much easier than trying to look over my shoulder. Beautiful stitching. Let's turn around and look at the lock stitch. Trying to get this straight. Hold on a second. This is our lock stitch now. Unbelievable. It's even clearer when I do it like that, isn't it? And again, look at the thickness of what we went through right there. When you put those two together, considering that it's heavily vinyl based. Alright, I'm not going to belabor it. Gorgeous stitching. Absolutely gorgeous stitching. Absolutely gorgeous stitching. Except for my little hiccup in the middle there. So I'm going to put this as a pass as well and throw it back into our sew-off sandwich, and then we'll take a look at our sew-off sandwich real quick. Matter of fact, I've got the perfect camera angle for it right now. Alright, so on camera first is where we're going to focus. On camera. So far on camera, this is what we've done live on this premiere. For most people, that would be enough. Most people would just say, yeah, man, you proved it. You proved it. With that crazy vinyl-based vegan leather, 2 layers of that, slam dunking it, yeah. Single layer of that stuff, you just slammed it. Absolutely gorgeous stitching as well. Again, try this and try this at some point. It's insane how difficult this stuff is. We also did these 6 layers of heavy grade denim and laid down just a picture perfect stitch, top and bottom. 6 layers, folks. The super thin 100% cotton material, laying down absolutely gorgeous stitching on this too. Two layers of elk hide, genuine elk hide. That's the thickness of leather that we went through. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Single layer of alkyd. That was like embarrassingly easy. Kind of like my stitching around the edges and stuff was embarrassingly, just embarrassing. Wasn't easy. And then we've got this ribbon style material, 100% polyester stuff. Super tricky stuff. And yet look at that stitching. Again, folks, dealing with a generalist size 90 needle embroidery thread. And some of the sew-offs we're doing are just a step beyond crazy. Just flipped it over. That's our lock stitch. Well, what can I say? This Spartan is making it look really, really easy. Really, really, really easy. Super easy. And if you want to look at the totality, I'm going to group them together now. These are the sew-offs that I did on this same needle off camera. Group them together. On and off camera, this is the level of testing that this Mighty Spartan has had to go through already. You want to talk about preparing for the Olympic Games? This is the Olympic Games for a sewing machine. It just is. Look at it. Where else anywhere on the internet, on YouTube or otherwise, where are you going to find somebody on a live premiere, both on camera and off camera, putting a machine through this many challenges? A diverse field of materials, varying thicknesses, and yet every one of these is a badge of honor and success for this Mighty Spartan. Folks, this is the real deal. I said that in a recent premiere, and someone reached out afterwards, and they said, you're absolutely right. Nowhere else. I can search the internet, I can search YouTube, high and low. Nowhere does someone premiere a machine and test it to the extent that you do. I mean, there's risk involved in this, folks. Putting a machine through this many sew-offs, this many tests. Each one of these is a test. Each one of these is an opportunity for failure or success. Every one of these. Okay? If you do like Michelle and you entrust your machine to this workshop, I'm not going to do window dressing. I am going to put your machine through a similar type Olympics to show that it's ready to get the job done. Unbelievable. I'm trying to keep this thing from falling over now. The stack is so huge. All right, how about a little bit more music and a little bit more sewing? Let's do one more sew off and then we're going to pop over to Facebook for a little bit and I'll show you the progress shots. It's really, really important. This is called friendly dance. Friendly dance. It's really, really important that you see these progress shots because they are the proof in the pudding. They are the path to success. They are the process, at least a portion of the process that I apply to get a machine like this sewing at the level that it is. It doesn't happen automatically. You can't just go to eBay or Facebook Marketplace or Etsy and say, I want to buy a 192K and I want it to sew as well as Michelle's did on that premiere that Scott did. That is fallacy. It's not going to happen. You can't just automatically have a machine deliver at that level. There's got to be an intensive surgical process that machine is taken through, which is what happens in my workshop, so that machine is given superpowers. It just is. All right, let's do some more sewing. We'll do one more sew off and then we'll pop over to Facebook and then we'll finish off some more sew offs and we will see if this machine is worthy to graduate from the workshop. It's not an automatic. It's not an automatic thing. All right, let's do some protected full grain leather. This here is protected full grain leather. You look at the side of that, it's about 3 to 4 ounces of leather. We're going to go through 3 layers of this. I don't even do that on some of the big machines. I know that other folks never would try it on any vintage machine because they'd be terrified that they're going to break the machine. And you know what? If the machine hasn't been prepared for it, kind of like training for the Olympics versus just trying to do the Olympics and then pulling a muscle, you got to train. And my process is the training field for this machine to be ready to do this premiere, which is the Sewing Olympics. 3 layers of this, folks. Single layer, folding it in the middle. We're up to 2 layers, folding it again. We're all the way up to 3 layers. Once I get my fold done. All right. I'm still not satisfied with that fold. There we go. I am not going to pass any origami class anytime soon. 3 layers of protected full grain leather, folks. 3 layers. That's it from the side. All right, let's see what happens. I know you love it when I say that. I know you love it when I say that. Let's see what happens. All right. And I'm intentionally going down the left side so that I can try to leave a little bit of space for Michelle if she wants to try to give this a go as well. And I'm so glad that I did the rebuild on this base. The base was literally falling apart. You'll see that in the Facebook shots. It could not support the weight of this machine. It was collapsing. And now it's got a stable sewing base, so you can do even crazy sew-offs like this 3 layers of protected full grain leather. And guess what? That base is ready to support this machine to success. All right, so 3 layers of this stuff. I'm going to do my best to stay even and steady with it, but also, you know what? 3 layers of protected full grain leather, even for a Spartan to launch into it, is going to be a little bit of a challenge. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge. I mean, we're talking probably about 12 ounces of leather, and I'll do a measurement after we sew it so I can tell anyone that's interested from a millimeter standpoint what we just sewed through. All right, are you ready? All right, keep your fingers crossed. Here we go. I was going up and down on the pedal, the foot controller. That was me, because I was trying to sew straight, or straighter than I usually sew, and keep that leather even as it was feeding over those feed dogs. And it's a little tricky. I mean, it's one of those things that if you just lose your focus for a second, you all of a sudden can be in a danger zone. But you know what? This Mighty Spartan, this 192K, just got the job done incredibly easy. Now, I was talking about measuring it. Let me see if I can get a measurement for you. We'll kind of measure it on this side right here where we've got that seam stitched together, okay? So I'm going to take my mechanical caliper. Actually, got to make it wider. So we're looking at right around 6 millimeters thick. And that's right in the middle here where it's a little flatter. If I go to one of the other edges, we're up to 7 millimeters. Almost 9 millimeters, right where that stitch row line is following. Almost 9 millimeters. Now let's take a look at these stitches and see what we think. We can talk about the thickness all day long. That's evident. There we go. That's evident, the thickness. You can see that. But it's all about stitch quality. So let's take a look at those stitches and see what we think. All right, I think I've got it balanced. I think it'll stay, even with my little fan running. So that was called Friendly Dance. Friendly Dance. And now we're doing Rewind. 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 Let's take a look at these. Folks, that's 3 layers of protected full grain leather. I just had a customer in the workshop the other day, was bringing a machine, dropping it off. She said, I never realized that when a machine is prepared properly until I watched your videos, what a vintage machine is capable of doing. The superpower factor that you talk about, Scott. This, pause. 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 Oh, went too far. Pause. I take my hand off the camera. Folks, that's page 34. Without a doubt. Absolutely page 34. Totality of the stitching. Look at how gorgeous that looks. Can you imagine if you were sewing something with this protected full grain leather, making a product, and you could lay down top stitching like that? Oh my goodness gravy. Yeah. Yeah. So look again from the edge. What we sewed through. Flipping it all the way over. Stitches are on the bottom. Hey, that's magical. How did that happen? I'll try to show them to you that way. Hopefully you can see them. Otherwise I'll flip it the other way. So this is our lock stitch. The lock stitch is going to be tougher. I say it all the time. Why? Because you're taking this embroidery thread and pulling it all the way back up through 3 layers of protected full grain leather. Protected full grain leather is fortified in the way they make it so that it's more durable. It's got a coating on it to protect against stains and other stuff like that, and to increase the wearability of it. All of that translates to pushing that piercing threshold up dramatically. Dramatically. And yet, here we go. Holy mackerel. Pause. Pause. Look at the leather thickness on the bottom there. Pause. That is so page 34, folks. 3 layers of protected full grain leather that this Spartan just sewed like it was a hiccup. Unbelievable how easy this machine just made that look. I'm going to throw that to the back. And any of you that are watching right now, because let me just say this. I have folks that will watch this channel, and before the premiere even starts, they want to demonstrate their skepticism, and they'll give it a thumbs down straight away. Even before the premiere starts, I've gotten thumbs down from these skeptics that sit in the wings, doubting, questioning, puzzling, musing, bewildered as to how in the heck these machines are able to do what they are witnessing them doing. How is it even possible? And some of these folks are competitors. They're doing restorative type work that is not really the same as what I do, but you know what, they're trying. God bless them. But they are the ones that come on here and they are embittered that they have a similar 192K and they can't get it to sew a single layer. of protected full grain leather, let alone 3. And then they'll see Michelle's machine after I've taken it through my restorative process sewing 3 layers like it's a cotton. Like it's a lightweight cotton. It's that easy for this machine. And it's not because it's 0.8 amps. I emphasize that to draw a contrast between this machine and the featherweight and the 99K and the 99. There are 0.8 amp motors that don't sew as strong as Maddie's 0.4 amp 222K that I just premiered. The one from Naples, Florida. The featherweight of featherweights, Bandit. After I got done with Bandit's motor, which had sustained damage historically, it had gone through some damage. I showed that in the Facebook pictures. And yet that motor, after I got done with it, would outperform the majority of Spartan machines that are out there that have not been optimized. That is the difference. That is why people will invest in sending their machine from all around the world to this workshop, because they don't want mediocrity. They want a machine that is supercharged. And that's what I deliver every single time. Yeah, I do. All right. Blah, 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 blah. Let's go over to Facebook and see, okay, your machines deliver at a level that none other machine in the world can do, Scott. Show us some of those steps. Okay, I'll do that. I'm glad you asked. So, starting out is just a general shot of this machine. And this case was used by a number of Singer machines. Typically, a Spartan would have been mounted in a case that is consistent with a 185J or 185K. It's going to be a plastic base that slides up next to the machine, and then it's anchored from the bottom with a bolt. So this is not typically the case that you would have seen the original Spartans coming out with. They would have had a plastic base that was mounted to the body of the machine and then a cover that would go over the top of that. Nothing wrong with this case at all, but it's not the way the original ones would have been coming out. Here's a close-up shot of that control center for stitch length. And you can see in the shot, again, they've got it labeled as 192K. And why did they do that instead of Spartan? Because it's fewer letters. No, I don't know why they did that. They just did. And like I said, this has a common stitch range, as most Singers do, from 6 stitches per inch all the way down to 30 stitches per inch. And then if you move it all the way to the top, you're in the back tacking mode. Is that better? I'm seeing a little bit of a glare. Maybe it's my lights. Is it my lights? Not that light. Okay, and part of that is just filth on there. Part of that is just veneering and kind of caramelized oil on that as well that wasn't cleaned off yet. Because this is right at the beginning before I've done anything to the machine. And you know what? I get it. When someone's dealing with a case like this, it's not apparent which is the front, which is the back. So someone with some sort of a pen wrote front on the front of the case. And if that worked for them, that's totally cool. It's their machine. But the base and the lid itself is cloth covered. And you can see it's got quite a bit of damage on it. And part of what I was doing for this customer was focusing on the broken base that I ended up repairing and focusing on the mechanics of the machine and just making sure that it could sew tip-top. We did not agree that I would do any work on the case, and yet I did do a little bit of work on, and when I say the case, I'm talking about the upper part that we'll see in a little bit. I did a little bit of work anyway, kind of like when Dusty and I were talking the one time and I interviewed him, and he said, has there ever been a time, and he said, I probably already know the answer to this, where you've gone above and beyond, you've done something that the customer hasn't paid you to do. You just did it because it was the right thing to do. I do that all the time, and I certainly did that in this project as well. But just in general, the case, because it's cloth covered, it gets banged around, gets exposed, to elements and stuff, and it just degrades over time. And there you're kind of seeing the back of the case. Now I'm doing something dramatic, like lifting the lid, and we can start to see the machine a little bit. And not a lot you can see from this distance, but just in general, the body of the machine was in pretty rough condition. It had obviously not been serviced or cleaned in any extensive way for quite a while. And so the result is it doesn't pop. It doesn't look like it has any pizzazz. There's an example of that right there. You can just see the chalkiness on the paint. And I've said it before, if a machine feels better about itself, it's going to sew better. The owner will feel more excited about sitting down to that machine every time, because it's going to perform better than a machine that's struggling. It's like sitting down to a machine and going, is it going to do a good job today, or is it going to have a bad day? And once a machine has gone through my process, yes, an anomaly can happen occasionally, but all in all, every time that owner sits down to that machine after it's gone through my process, they're going to be able to have the confidence that it's going to deliver and perform as it should. The other thing I'm showing you in this shot right here is, look at how the machine is below the edge. It's collapsed. See that? The machine should be all the way up on this ledge right here, but it's fallen down into the bottom of the base. And that was part of the work that I had to do, was to rebuild and to fortify and to strengthen that base so that it could safely support this Spartan. Again, the Spartan is going to be heavier than the featherweight by some weight for sure, and it's got to be able to support that. Also, and I think it may have been Emma that said, why in heaven's name do people always put tape or other sticky, nasty things on their painted surfaces? I have no idea, but I was very thankful to have the Goo Gone stuff that Paula had sent me, and I also use other chemicals in conjunction with the actually, I stand corrected. I'm looking at it off camera right now. It's called Undo. It's not Goo Gone. This is the stuff right here that Paula sent me. Can you see that? Yeah, it's not focusing. Now it is. It's called Undo, is what Paula had sent me at the workshop. And I'm very grateful for it. I use it along with some other chemicals, and it does a spot-on job. But again, the customer didn't pay me to clean the paint patina, but like I said to Dusty, and Dusty and I both agreed, he does the same thing in his shop. Sometimes you look at it and you go, there's no way that I'm not going to take care of that. Also was missing the cover for the bobbin case, and this little leaf spring here that is used to hold that plate in it's designed to hold that plate nice and firm so it doesn't rattle, it doesn't jiggle and all that. See how it's kind of warped up a little bit on the edges? And so when you would put a plate on there, again, the customer didn't have a plate, but when I put a plate on there, it was loosey-goosey. I mean, it would have rattled, it would have sounded like jingle bells. And so what I had to do is I had to take this assembly apart to get this little tension type band out of there. And then I had to superheat it with my torch, and very carefully, while the metal was slightly softened, bend it back down so that it has greater torque in holding that plate down. So that was, again, something I didn't expect to have to do, but I did it because it's the right thing to do. Another shot of the machine from the side. How does that foot controller look? And the rust that you see on that foot controller is indicative of many other parts of the machine. I'm not sure where this machine was stored, but wherever it was stored, it was definitely exposed to moisture. I kind of zoom in on it, you can really see it. And it was like that on the inside of the foot controller too. It had rust all throughout. I didn't have to zoom in. I zoomed in there when I took the picture. See how crudded up it looks? And it's not just appearance. It's when you see a surface like that, that's all crudded up with rust and dirt and filth, that is one of those areas that has to be optimized because the foot controller and the motor work in concert with each other. And if this is how it looked on the outside, you can only imagine how it looked on the inside, and that's going to hold the machine back. So it has to be dealt with. Not to mention, I don't want the customer to have a foot controller that looks like that. Here I've taken the back of the foot controller off, and you can see the insulating pad, which is, the insulating pad is almost like the same material that they make those cup holders out of, that they will hand you your drinks when you're going through a McDonald's or something like that. It is not asbestos. I think it was Emma that had asked when I posted the pictures on Facebook, is that asbestos? It is not asbestos. It's more of a corrugated type material like they make the drink holders out of. Again, this would have been much later in production cycles in the latter part of the 50s. And by the latter part of the 50s, they were getting pretty savvy about the dangers of asbestos. But nonetheless, some sort of a pad needs to go in there to absorb and to wick away some of the heat that's generated when that foot controller is being used. So I had to cut another pad to fit it. First of all, though, you can see the bed surface of the machine, incredibly chalky, kind of nasty looking. Look at that. And then if I real quick, just humor me, I'll pan over to the machine real quick. And again, it's not going to be perfect. But does that look different from that? And again, this is not something that you're going to get at a service center or at a sewing center. If you bring your machine in and it's chalky and nasty like this, and again, it's not just an aesthetic issue, it's a mechanical issue, because the dirt and grime and all the other gook that's stuck to the machine will eventually migrate around the machine. It'll get into the raceway and contaminate that. It'll get sucked into the motor potentially and contaminate that. But when you bring your machine to the workshop, I'm going to go above and beyond. Again, 14 hours on this project working on the machine compared to about a half an hour to 45 minutes that they would spend on your machine if Michelle had taken it to a local sewing center. 30 or 45 minutes versus 12 to 14 hours. And even down to the point of addressing something like this, which would never be addressed at the sewing center. So your machine, when you get it, that's how it's going to look. It makes a difference, folks. It makes a difference when you invest that little bit of extra money and send your machine to get a full and comprehensive service, deep cleaning, and spa day at the workshop compared to what you're going to get at a local sewing center. I'm just telling the truth. Just again showing you the paint patina. I'm not going to go back to the machine again. You've already seen the brightness and the beauty of the machine now compared to this when it started. That's part of our bobbin winding assembly, and again, it's going to have the same type of rotation bobbin winder that you're going to find on the featherweight, as opposed to like the 99K, the 99, that would have had a standard type bobbin winder with a kickback spring on it. This one is bare bones. There's nothing that can really break on it, and they wanted to make this a very simplistic model, low maintenance, bare bones to get the job done. I think they did a brilliant job. So here I'm tilting the machine back, and even tilting it back, the base was starting to come apart. And you can see parts of the supports are on the bottom of the bed right there. They're not even in the proper position to support the machine. The base of the machine is so critical. It's so critical because the weight of that machine is bearing down on it. And if you decide to carry the machine around using the carrying case, that lid then that you're holding on to with that handle is pulling and pressuring against that base with all the weight of the machine. You've got to have something solid and dependable. And that was the furthest thing from the truth. Even here you can see it's separating right here, and a little tack nail is pulling out of place. There's nothing holding that together. Now we're focusing on the bottom of the machine. So many servicing points on the bottom of this Spartan. It's just crazy. It's crazy. If the machine is serviced properly, it takes a good amount of time to get that bottom part of the machine optimized as well. We're over on the left side of the machine now, where we've got the raceway just above, and we've got a number of pivoting points on here that have to be cleaned, lubricated, and optimized. Getting ready to take the faceplate off and focus on the faceplate area as well, which has a lot of moving parts and is oftentimes neglected on machines. A lot of moving parts in there and pivot points that have to be cleaned, stripped of all the varnishing and the gook and the grime, and optimized. See that? We have nothing short of a bird's nest in there. And any of that stuff that is in that space has the potential to contaminate it and to literally steal the breath away from the machine from having its full potential. Look at that. Does that look optimized? No, not even close. Not even close. Those feed dogs are so crudded up, it's amazing that they could even move material when this process started. Plus they had, if you look closely on the edges here and between the grooves, there's actually some rust on those as well. Starting to dig into the machine a little bit and trying to restore all of these critical parts of this raceway area. Again, the raceway is the brain center of the machine. It's where all the magic happens. It's where the stitches are created. It's got to be better than what you're seeing right there. Can you see all the crud and buildup in there? That is the magic center right there for the stitches. There's not much magic happening at this point. Now I've separated the machine from the base because I have to do something with this base. The base is not trustworthy, it's not dependable. So we're going to have to do some re-gluing and some re-pegging. Pegging is drilling portals into the existing wood, putting pegs in there with glue to reinforce those joints. So that's what we're beginning to do now. Using a soft mallet to try to bring some of the seams tightly together after there's been glue added, and we're going to be also drilling into that and using, like I said, some dowels in order to reinforce those joints, especially the joint part on that side of the case or that side of the base, because that's where the motor, the pillar, and all the other major components of the machine are. That's the heaviest part of the machine. So that side of the case in particular has to be reinforced. But at the same time, because I didn't want to take too much away from the base that was already a little bit in a tattered state, I tried to do the repair in a way that it would blend in fairly well. There's our Singer repairman kind of checking things out, offering some advice, and just some encouragement. So that's the type of dowel that I use. It's a heavy fortified type wood product, and it gives a lot of strength back to that joint. Mr. Bean coming over to check it out. Intrigued by what he's seeing. Probably thinking about how he could use it as a weapon to poke the boys. And if you were watching this real carefully, you'll notice that I go up in grades of drill bits. I start smaller, so there's not a risk of splitting the wood, and then I go a little bit larger drill bit, and take it in incremental steps so that I don't damage or split the wood. Putting in that second hole. Got our first hole right there, our second hole right there. And those are going to go all the way through. Special cutter to cut that stuff so I can fit it so it's going to be the proper length going through those two layers. And to show you how weak that case was, the bottom was actually falling apart, and the Singer repairman is on the other side of it looking at me from the other side before it was repaired. That's a lot of wood, but it's real weak right now until those joints are reinforced again. So that wooden dowel is going from the top surface all the way through here, all the way out the bottom, and then I'm going to cut it to fit so that it's glued in place and is a permanent anchor. And that's what we've done right here. You can see those two anchor points. Those are those two dowels, and I ground them down so that they're flush with the surface, and they don't look, they don't look bad at all. It looks like it's just joint reinforcement, which is what it is. And I went a little bit crazy on the glue. So you can see the glue on my fingers there as I'm wiping up the excess glue and also making sure that it's pressed into all the joints, including the bottom of the case too. Now on the bottom of the case, no part of the machine touches that, but it's still part of the stability of the carrying case and the base. So all of those joints that were wide open are also filled with glue as well to make sure that they're bonded together and they're nice and solid. That way we can't see the Singer repairman on the other side of them anymore, but they're going to be a solid support base for this machine. And then I use a heating process to super dry and to cure that glue more rapidly so that we can go through the different phases and I don't have to wait 24 hours before I can move forward with the rest of the case and base repair. And Mr. Bean and Dr. Singer and the Singer repairman are going, hey, yeah, this is going the right direction. And there you have a base that I feel confident is going to provide a solid foundation for this very, very, it's a treasure, this 192K. It can be, the lid can go back on it. My customer, Michelle, can pick it up, walk around with it, and she doesn't have to be fearful that it's going to collapse and that the machine is going to come crashing to the ground and potentially hurt her. You don't want a 27-pound machine to fall on your foot, that's for darn sure. And again, all of this work is something you would never, ever, ever get if you're going to a local sewing center. There's no way they would have time to do it and stay profitable. It just wouldn't happen. And there I actually had to rebuild some of the supports as well that support the joints and also give stability to support the weight of the machine pushing down. And so I've repositioned this, cut it so it fits properly, and then eventually you'll see that I added a felt support on top so that it's a cushy support but a stable support for the machine. Cushy because the machine is going to be running and you don't want it to be vibrating against something that's overly rigid. It needs to float. And what am I doing there? Looks like I'm doing some more shaping and some more fitting of that glue into the bases. There's a center support that never existed, or at least not when the machine arrived. So I built it and then put it into place. Trying to get around those edges and make sure that that glue is pressed in there and that it's going to be anchored solidly. And really, apart from clamping, I use weights sometimes to press down to make sure that glue is really adhering as well as it can so that it's not going to come loose. So that's about a 10 or 15 pound weight, I don't remember. More gluing, more touch-up. Now I'm cutting those pads. And there was two different pads that I used. I used a filler pad to get it to the proper level, and then I used the felt pad on top of it so it had that cushy resting point. There's the center one that did not exist, and now it's got a nice, it's at the proper height. It's got those two layers, one more of a stable rigid, and then the cushy on top with the felt, so that the machine will not be vibrating when it's operating. There's a corner one that I did. And there I'm actually cutting the felt, which comes in a larger piece. I'm trying to cut it down to the proper size. There's part of that layering that I'm removing, and then I'm going to be building it back up again. Tapping that block into place. Again, any gap, it's like packing a sewing machine. Any gap that you leave is an opportunity for movement, and for there to be resulting damage. So try to be real persnickety when it comes to getting everything positioned right and getting it nice and tight in there. See how that's coming together now? We've got a solid base. We've reinforced the most critical joints on the weight-bearing side where the motor and the pillar and all the other heavy components of the machine are. We've rebuilt some base supports across the front where that machine is going to be resting. Again, it's going to be hinged on the other side, but it's got to be supported on the front side of the machine. And now we've got three great supports that are going to provide the support needed, but also that cushy softness that felt will afford. And this is more of a common type felt. It's not a compressed felt, but it's good stuff. I like it. More building up. The singer repairman kind of popped his head in, is kind of checking things out. More of a distant shot, and I set the timer on my phone so that I could get this shot just to show you that, you know, when I share all these progress shots, I'm doing it sometimes holding tools and holding the camera with the other one. This one I wanted to show you that I'm using a special tap and the mallet in order to drive a couple of the points in to really make them tight. And I couldn't do that using both of my hands and then holding the camera at the same time. Downward shot, just showing you the busyness of the workbench. We've got parts of the machine that have already been taken off. We've got the machine laying back here on the pillow. We've got all the tools of the trade. We've got the base right here. It's a very busy workshop space. And now I'm getting out some super sharp X-Acto type knives from a cutting set, and I want to trim off the excess so that it, you know, there's not stuff hanging over, and it looks kind of junky as far as repair, so I want to make it look like it's finished. Doesn't it look better than if it like was overhanging and was tethered and it's tattered and it just looked junky? Now it looks professional, and it's also practical. It's going to support the machine. Here I've got some weights because I've reattached the machine to the base that now is stable and can support it. But in order to keep that from tilting back and tipping over and the machine being damaged, I've got to have these as ballast to hold that base down. So I put in 2 or 3 of those heavy weights so that I can now begin to work on the bottom of the machine too. And this is actually a good shot that I took right here. It's going to show you, it's hard to see it, but it's going to show you the serial number up here that's on the bottom. It's right on the center of the bed underneath the edge of the bed lip. But also this is the original anchor point right here that's actually molded into the machine, where again this machine would have originally been in a plastic base and then had a bolt that came up from the bottom, like the 185Js and 185Ks that were made in Canada, in order to anchor that base to the bottom of the machine. And there you can see I've got the machine tilted back. The base is supporting it beautifully. I've got those bricks and metal weights in there to hold it in place while I begin the process of starting to service the bottom of the machine. So that's full circle. Go ahead and clear that one. And we will wait on this next set. We'll go back and do another sew off. I think we just did rewind. And now we're going to do Kurt, whatever that is. Kurt. All right, let's go back to this Mighty Spartan. See what I'm saying? That machine just feels good about itself. And I know when Michelle sees this, she's going to feel good about the machine as well. She's going to want to use it more. She's going to have more pride of ownership in her VSM treasure. That's the way it's supposed to be. You know what I mean? That's the way it's supposed to be. All right, let's sew off some more material. You can see what I mean by this this cover, where that band was distorted and I had to superheat it. Now it's nice and tight, even when it's pulled out. And it's not going to rattle or jiggle or make any unnecessary sounds. Oh, I got to turn my light back on. That's better. Hey, welcome back. Hey. A lot of women complain about their men not being tidy. I'll tell you, among all my faults and flaws, that's something that could never be said about me. I love to have things tidy. I probably would fit beautifully in England, because English people are very proper about that too. They like things to be tidy and well kept. And I am definitely in that camp. Okay. Let's see. What should we sew next? I've already done denim, so I'm going to throw that to the side. I cut 2 pieces of that for some reason. Why don't we do some canvas? Why don't we do some canvas? And we'll do 2 different types of canvas, actually. I've got the canvas that I originally was using, this stuff right here, which is commercial grade canvas, super heavy stuff. But then I also have some of of the canvas that I got from Emma down in Florida. So we might sew hers as well, just to really do some canvas sewing. So I folded it in half. We're up to 2 layers. Folding it again, we're up to 4 layers. And then folding it one last time, we're all the way up to 6 layers. 6 layers of commercial grade canvas. Yes, we're going to sew this. So I'm going to slide this underneath the presser foot. I'll go a little bit off to the left so I can leave space for Michelle if she wants to sew this as well when she gets it. It's up to her. Some customers do, some customers don't. And let's get this done. Let's do this. All right, so here we go. I'm going to launch into 6 layers of commercial grade canvas, and you can already see from the side. Look at from the side, adjacent to the presser foot, the thickness of what we're about to go through. And again, we have sewn a ton of material off camera and on camera with this Schmetz generalist type needle, size 90. And yet we're going to be pushing it even further now. It's what we do. It's how we roll. All right, here we go. 6 layers of commercial canvas. Here we go. I actually ran off the material there. We were having so much fun. That is not an easy sew off. Good gravy. And I can tell my needle is starting to get a little bit tired. We're still getting some beautiful stitching, but it's starting to show a little bit of fatigue. It's starting to show just a wee bit of fatigue. Especially when you're going through 6 layers of commercial grade canvas. It's going to happen. But we're going to keep plugging. I'm not going to change out needles. Unless I have the needle break, we're not going to change out needles. All right, let me grab this sew-off display holder that Maddie gave me from the great state of Florida. And we'll take a look at these stitches. Yeah. All right. So, let's see here. Kurt, I think we just played Kurt. Walking in the sky. Walking in the sky. No idea what that means. Walking in the sky. Got to angle a little bit more. Take a look at this top stitch. Yeah, that needle's starting to get tired. It is doing still a spectacular job when you're talking about thickness like that. 6 layers of commercial canvas. Well, like I said, I can see signs that the needle is getting fatigued, but all in all, from a stitch standpoint, the formation of the stitch, the presentation of the stitch, I'm going to give that a page 34. If I had a brand new needle in there, we could even refine it more, but all things considered, when we're talking about, and I'm going to zoom out a little bit and show you again just to remind you, right about there. On this needle that we're using in the machine as we speak, this is what we've sewn on that needle. I almost have to hold it. It's like a Dagwig sandwich. I almost have to hold it with 2 hands. On and off camera, folks. Any wonder as to why the needle might be getting a little bit tired? Yes, Sonny, I hear you. Needle abuse. You're totally right. You're totally right. Let me throw that to the back. So, you know what? All things considered, I'm very pleased with that stitch quality considering how much we've worked this needle. I'm going to turn it over so we can see the lock stitch, but first of all I'm going to turn it towards the camera so you can see that we are a country mile away. Hold on. That's what we just sewed through, folks. 6 layers of commercial canvas. There are, let me just say that you don't want to try this on your VSM machine because you're either going to be very disappointed or you might break something. It takes prep to get a machine ready to sew at this Olympic level. All right, let's flip it over and look at the lock stitch. All right, let's zoom in on these and take a look. I am very impressed with that lock stitch. Not only because it presents well, my sewing is not always incredibly straight, but the stitch formation, the integrity of the stitch, the presentation of the stitch is spot on. No skip stitches, which would not be uncommon considering how worn this needle is after all of the sewing that we've done on it, with a diverse field of materials. And yet it's still maintaining stitch integrity. Totality of the stitching. Again, we're committed to constant and never-ending improvement. Can I? So while I would say that this is page 34, we could even make it a better page 34 if we did a couple of things. Again, this is commercial grade canvas. If we were to incorporate a roller foot, if we were to use a non-embroidery style thread, embroidery thread is not really designed for going through 6 layers of commercial canvas. It just isn't. Not even close. You know what? Embroidery thread is for embroidery type sewing, which is usually a couple relatively thin layers, maybe with a stabilizer. And we're going through 6 layers of commercial grade canvas. Embroidery thread is not designed for going through genuine elk hide and some of the other sewing that we've done. It's just we are extreme sewers, and I always push the boundaries. So when we can lay down stitching like this using embroidery thread, an incredibly tired size 90 equates to a size 14 Schmetz needle, I'm a happy camper, because I know that that owner, Michelle, is going to be changing out the needles whenever they need to be changed. And she's going to be using thread that's appropriate to the type of material that she's probably sewing. But I just like, you know me by now, I just like going for it. When we can have success at this level, yeah. That's crazy. 6 layers of commercial canvas, that's going to the rear with our, we're not even at a sew-off sandwich anymore, we're at a sew-off mounting. We've got like a mountain of material back there. Okay. Let me set up my shot. Get a little bit closer. We're going to do another sew-off, and then we're going to pop back over to Facebook and do another group of photos. So for this next sew-off, I'm going to put on something called Smooth and Cool. Smooth and Cool. Come down on the volume a little bit. A little drink of my raspberry lemonade. This is really good stuff. As the French say, délicieux. Délicieux. Delicious. All right, why don't we do some compressed felt? I usually save that until the very end. I also have upholstery material as well. Alright, let's do upholstery material. Let's do this upholstery material. You've seen me sew this before. This again is commercial grade upholstery material. It's the thick of thick. It is designed to stand up against anything from a wear standpoint. It's, I mean, it's upholstery material, folks, and it's commercial grade. Need I say more? So I'm going to fold it in half, get us up to 2 layers. I'm going to go ahead and fold it. I don't know if I can fold this small enough to get down to 6 layers or not. It's going to be a tricky one. I don't know. See that? Should I try it? Type in the chat if you think we should try this. I mean, it is almost like a tube. It's so thin compared to what I normally sew off. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge for this machine to feed it, which means we might get a little bit of stitch distortion, especially with a tiring needle, but I'm willing to try it. Type in the chat, go for it, or something that signifies that I should be courageous. I mean, this is the Sewing Olympics after all. Look at that, folks. Unbelievable. But you're going to see it. And we're going to hope that this very tired needle with this embroidery thread, which, let's just face it, folks, if you're sewing 6 layers of commercial upholstery material, you're not going to be using embroidery thread. But we are, because it's fun. It's fun to push the boundaries, isn't it? And do things that when people, after this live premiere, watch this video on the channel, they're going to be like, oh, hell no. He did not just do that. Yes, I know I said the HE double toothpick word. I'm sorry. But I had to say it for emphasis. Oh, heck no. There's no way he did that. There's no way he did that. Wait, let me rewind it. He did it. He did it. He sewed 6 layers of commercial upholstery material with a very tired Schmidt size 9014 needle and using embroidery thread. Is this guy nuts? Yeah, I'd say so. At least from a fun standpoint, I am. All right. Let's see how we do on this. This is going to be a huge challenge for this machine, but I remain hopeful. I remain hopeful that Schmitz can make this last. Make it last. All right, here we go. 6 layers. Breathe, Scott, breathe. All right, here we go. Yes, I gave it a little bit of gas at the end. I had to. I've been good the entire premiere. I had to be naughty for a moment in time. Folks, look at that. I didn't even clip the threads yet. Embroidery thread. Oh, man. Oh. Coates and Clark, if you want me to do a sponsorship video for you, I will. Because I'm pretty daggone impressed with this embroidery thread. Trilobal, I think it's called, right? Am I getting that right? Is that what I said before? Trilobal? Trilobal Coates and Clark embroidery thread. Comes in a 600-yard spool. You can sew like forever with one of these spools. Unbelievable. Absolutely insane. Absolutely nuts. Let's take a look at these. Isn't this fun? See if I can hold that in place with my clips. Alright, I think I got it in place. I think I have the right angle. Angles are so important when you're shooting with a camera. And I sometimes nail it, I sometimes don't. Alright, let's play that one more time. Know thyself. Oh, that's the next one. Okay, we'll play Know Thyself. Know thyself. Well, I know myself. I'm about excellence because it's a habit. All right, let's just start right there with our 6 layers of commercial upholstery material. If you're new to this channel, if you're one of my skeptics, how do you like me now? Go ahead and put your thumbs down. I don't care. And I will take the challenge if anyone wants to try to show on a live premiere sewing 6 layers of upholstery material using embroidery thread and a needle that's done all the sewing that this one has. I would love to see that. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Pause. Pause. Double pause. That was fun to say. Triple Wang Doodle pause. Folks, that, you know what? We have beat this needle to death. We definitely, Sonny, we are guilty of needle abuse. Report me immediately. And yet we laid down stitching that is page 34 on these 6 layers of commercial upholstery material. Again, look at what we sewed through. I'm going to rotate it this way to show you the bottom. Do you know how difficult that is, folks? I mean, honestly, do you know? And yet, this 192K, this Mighty Spartan, got the job done like it was a hiccup. No hand start, just the meat of that motor and the maintenance and the drive that I put into it through my process. Let's turn it over and look at that lock stitch now. All right, I think that'll stay. I hope that'll stay. Let's take a look at these stitches. Right now we're looking at totality. The color of the thread and everything kind of blends with the material, and yet you can still see that lock stitch popping out saying, "Look at me, look at me!" Yeah, that's what pop stitches say, in case you didn't know. Pause. Pause. Page 34. Page 34. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Folks, those are page 34 stitches. And again, committed to always improving things. Constant and never-ending improvement. Look at the thickness of that from the side, the 6 layers of commercial upholstery material. You know what, if we were sewing this to make something, to sell it, whatever, we'd be changing that needle out, obviously, as often as needed. How do you improve on stitches like that? I mean, honestly, and that's the lock stitch. But I'm committed to constantly improving, so we would find a way to do it. But those are absolutely page 34. Those are absolutely, I'm getting so excited and I'm vibrating the camera. Those are absolutely page 34. Hold your breath, Scott. Going back one more time. Unbelievable. Amazing. And yet it's not unbelievable because you just witnessed it on this live premiere. Incredibly tired, size 14 needle, equates to a size 90 European. Sewing through 6 layers of commercial upholstery material like it was a couple layers of cotton. Focus object is our next one. Focus object. Folks, all I can say is pass. All I can say is page 34. It's just unbelievable. I'm going to throw it to the back with our sew-off sandwich. This is what we've done on this needle. I got to come back because it's too big. Any idea as to why I love Schmetz needles? And now I love Coats & Clark Trilobal embroidery thread. Yes, I do. I love it. I love you, Joanne, and whoever else sells this stuff. Joanne Fabrics, Trilobal Masters, Coats & Clark, blah, blah, blah. Yep. See how far I push things, folks? Yeah. Amazing, amazing. And I'll do the same thing for your machine. If you send a machine to the workshop, or if you end up buying a machine from me, I am going to put that machine of yours through the Olympics. Yes, I am. It's going to go through the Olympics, baby. It's going to go through the Olympics. All right, let's pop back over to Facebook. Okay, and what I'm doing here is I'm using my drill with a torque setting on it to check all of the bolts on the bottom of Michelle's machine. Every single bolt that's on the bottom is going to get inspected and torqued to the right spec. Now there's that brain center of the sewing machine, the raceway area, and I've removed a number of the hook assembly pieces so I can really get into there and address the areas that need to be addressed. I mean, look at it. It's a mess. Also servicing other parts of the bottom of the machine as well. I hop all over the place. And you can see that weight in the bottom that's holding that base nice and stable, so I'm able to have the machine lean back without it tipping over. And it looks like there I'm using a dental tool. Also, to get to the back side of it, I'm using a mirror to make sure that I don't leave any of that dirt, grime, and varnishing behind. So just like a dentist, when he's working, he or she is working on your teeth, they will use, and the hygienists do the same thing, they use a mirror and also a dental tool to make sure that they're not leaving anything behind, that they're seeing all of the areas that are otherwise not as visible. I do the same thing on sewing machines. So I'm kind of like a sewing dentist. A little bit. Yeah. We're starting to get it the way it looks. The way it should look, I should say. Those areas that were all grimed up, varnished, coated, gummed up, holding the machine back are now being freed up. That machine is breathing in a big gulp of air, saying, boy, that feels better. Boy, I feel so much stronger. Every part of that gunk that's on there holding the machine back is going to go. And the single repairman is kind of a mild-mannered guy, but he gets real stoked up and pumped up when I start to really dig into the machine. He's like, dig deeper, dig deeper. What's my response? Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I'll do that. A lot of pivot points down there that have to be stripped, conditioned, and lubed properly. And that's what I'm doing right now. Gotten it all clean, gotten the surface conditioned. Now we're lubing up those parts that are absolutely critical. Some of those parts have a lot of plaque built up on them, just like your teeth will get plaque built on them. Of course, the dentist, if you go to a dentist where they pull out a torch, run and don't look back. But I can get away with that on the sewing machine. And it allows me to soften some of those things that I can't otherwise break free with the dental tool. But once I've softened it, then the dental tool can strip it away very easily. How does that look? That's that surface that has that gummy glue embedded into the paint and the clear coat. And using my chemicals and also the undo stuff that Paula sent me, this is the before. That's the after. Before, after. Would they do that at a local sewing center for you? In your town? In your county? In your state? Anywhere in the world? As part of a general service on the machine? Nope, they wouldn't. I've offered the challenge before. Let me know of a place that does it. I'd love to congratulate them. Never ever had anybody take me up on that offer. More of that gumminess and stuff. And it's not just on the surface. It kind of, over time, it kind of settles and bores into. So it's a tedious process getting that stuff off without damaging the clear coat in the paint. And it was all over this machine. How does that look? Quite a bit better, doesn't it? Quite a bit better. Again, it's not perfect. It's not museum quality, but it's tracking the right direction. Now we're focused on the faceplate. The faceplate, again, is an area that sometimes is neglected, just like the bottom of the machine. And as we're servicing that area, as I'm servicing that area, I have to remove the upper tension and also tear that down as well. The upper tension unit is so essential to stitch quality and the overall performance of the machine. I can't emphasize that enough. And if you go into a local sewing center or to a repair shop even, they're probably not going to do a thing with it. But if they do anything with it, they might try to squeeze a piece of material or a Q-tip, like I see some people talking about in some of the Facebook sewing groups, which I do not join, just being honest, because I would grow very frustrated very quickly with some of these people that think that they got the answer, but it's not the right answer. But the only way to get this unit optimized and running perfectly is to tear it all the way down. That's the only solution. There's no shortcut. There's no hack. This one also had a couple of parts that were bent a little bit too that had to be straightened. You see how this is assembled together right now, but there's a gap point right there that shouldn't be there. So we've torn it down. Okay, I'll just say we. Mr. Bean might have helped a little bit. And now I'm going through every millimeter, every thousandth of an inch of that unit and making sure that it's as it should be. A lot of parts, a lot of cleaning, and also setting that unit up for success also requires some fine adjustments too. Focusing now on all the moving components of the faceplate area. A lot of junk, a lot of buildup in there. A lot of junk, a lot of buildup. Here we're starting to make some progress. Also using the dental tool. My dental tools are very essential to what I do. That shot is, if you don't know the machine well, you're probably looking at it going, what the heck is that? What we're doing is we're looking into that well that the upper tension gets mounted into, and on the rear of it is a return spring that allows that upper tension to flux forward and to flux back as far as being able to release tension and apply tension. getting it all cleaned up. It's also going to press into the pin release as well. I don't know if someone else had tried to use a lacquer paint on this, or whether or not I've talked before about at a factory, when machines leave a factory, they're not really equal, because depending on the day that machine was made, the quality standards, even though they have QA reviews and stuff, the quality standards will vary for sewing machines depending on the day of the week that they were made at the factory. This was probably done on a Thursday or Friday, because you can see that they were a little bit careless in overspraying the paint into that well, which causes that unit to become fused in there, and it makes it a lot more difficult for the owner to maintain it. So there were several things I had to break free in order to get in there and remove that extra lacquer paint, so that a future person, if it's not me that goes to service that unit, when they release the bolt that holds it in, they'll be able to remove it much easier than I was able to. Swabbing that area as well, getting it all clean. That's part of our raceway area for retaining our hook and our bobbin case. We're starting to take that apart too. And all the parts that you would not see that are filthy are only a result that we're seeing them because I'm taking all of that apart, tearing it completely down, which again would not happen in a standard sewing shop. That's part of our bobbin case right there, and there's all kinds of, if you look at it in the shot, there's all kinds of buildup and junk on there on all sides of that component, that again, unless you tore it down to this level, you would never see that stuff. But it's still in there. It's not, if you don't see it, it's not going to hurt you, or it's not going to hold your machine back. It's going to hold your machine back. So that's why I tear it down to the level that I do. And the more dirt we're able to wick onto that brain center, the better that machine is going to perform. That's the way we should be getting to that point of optimization, so that bobbin case is able to function at the top of its game. Huge difference, huge difference. And again, that's an integral part of our magic space in the machine that allows it to create those stitches. It doesn't even look like the same one, but it is, because it's all of that junk and all that buildup on there is gone. And I'm rotating it in my fingers to show you all the different edges of it that would be concealed as it's installed in the machine and mounted in the machine, that would never ever be cleaned and optimized by someone that's doing general servicing on the machine, like at a sewing center. All that stuff would still be on there holding the machine back. But because I tore it out and I'm going surgical level on it, all of that stuff is being removed and mitigated. Look at that. It's totally rebirthed. It's the phoenix that came out of the ashes. Just that little component. All those little components make up the sewing machine, and they all matter. Now that is the way it should look. The bobbin is going to be spinning in here. It's going to be able to move with no friction, no drag, no resistance, delivering absolute performance. The little pressure band that regulates the tension to define the top stitches is also going to be optimized. And that's that thing that has those tiny little screws in it. Doing more torque checks on the machine. And I think we've come full circle, haven't we? I think that's where we started. Yep, we came full circle. Alright, so let's go back and do another sew-off. And then we have one more set of photos. I call them the victory photos. When we get to that final stage where I start to do the off-camera sew-offs after the machine has been optimized, and we get stitches like that. And that's 3 layers of protected full grain leather, by the way, folks. 3 layers. Oh, hi, Dr. Singer. Hi, Umi. You guys have been so quiet back there. Oh, let's do a quick little impromptu contest. Okay, quick little impromptu contest before we jump into another sew-off. Quick little impromptu contest. Okay, clearly it's branded Spartan. Here are the questions that I'd like you to answer. And if you can answer these questions, then I'd like to offer you, the person that does it first, I'd like to offer you a choice of one of these 2 books. This one you've seen before, 35 cute and easy costumes for kids sewing dress up. Okay? That's choice number 1 if you get these questions right. And as I showed on, I think it was Maddie's premiere for her 222K, it's a very thick book and it's got patterns and everything in it. Or if you don't want that one, you can go with Barbara Randall's More Crazy Quilting with Attitude. I think those colors are fabulous, don't you? Those colors are just like, wow, I love it. So one of those 2 books, if you're the first one, and if Michelle is part of the premiere, I don't think she will be, but if she's part of the premiere, she can judge. Otherwise, one of my experienced student teachers can judge whether or not somebody nails it. Okay? Turn my light back on. Let's head down to the needle, and then I'll give you the questions. Okay. So this machine that we're premiering today, that belongs again to Michelle Leeson from the great city of Cass City, Michigan, is commonly referred to as a Spartan. What is the official Singer model that it is? What official Singer model is it? In other words, what, blah, 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 blah. The second part of that is, what size motor does this Spartan come with compared to the featherweight and the 99K or 99? Tell me let me say that more clearly. Tell me about the 3 motor sizes on those 3 different machines, or 4 different machines technically. What size motor does the Spartan come with? What size motor does the featherweight 221 come with? What size motor does the 99K and 99 come with? Okay, I know it's not easy, but I'm looking at giving you a really cool book, paying the postage and everything, and sending it to you. And I've even sent books as far away as Tasmania, Australia. I've sent books all the way to Germany. Y'all know that because you were probably in the premieres when that individual won. And I've talked about the fact that, where they're from. Hartwig is one. I sent a book to Hartwig in Germany. And then my friend in Tasmania, Australia. That's been some time ago, but I sent him a nice book as well. It's an investment, but you're worth it. You're totally worth it. So that's it. I think let's just keep it simple. So again, this is commonly referred to as a Spartan. What is the official Singer model that it is? And then tell me about the 3 different motors on the Spartan, the featherweight, and the motors that are on the 99K and the 99. That was a yawn. Sorry. Been long nights and early mornings in the workshop. So, yeah, more lemonade. More lemonade! Okay. All right, so while you're getting your answers typed into the chat, I'm going to pick out another piece of music to put on, and then we're going to do another sew-off. And I don't know about you, but I have been utterly impressed with this incredible machine that Michelle entrusted to me. This next one is called Emergency on Level 3, and I intentionally didn't say the model of it because that's part of the question that you're answering. All right, hold on a second. Emergency on Level 3 is a little bit loud. There we go, that's better. Well, at this stage of the premiere, I think I need a little bit of a boost, even beyond my lemonade. There we go. So guess what I'm grabbing? Y'all know me pretty good. What am I grabbing? And if you type Oreo, you're wrong. It's not an Oreo. What else could it be? What else could it be? What is Scott's superpower to fuel him through a premiere like this? After a busy day in the workshop and customers being here and all kinds of other stuff going on? None other than double bubble, baby. Double bubble. Yeah. So if I sound a little slurry, it's not because I've been drinking, it's because I'll be chewing some bubble gum now. Hopefully I don't sound too slurry. License and registration, Scott. License and registration. All right. So, let's do looking at my sew-off options here. All right, let's do some acrylic fiber. I got 2 super long strips. There's the beginning. Well, that's my hand, sorry. There's the beginning. It's a long piece. It's actually 2 long pieces. And it seems like a darn shame to use. Well, I'll go down the left side and then leave it for Michelle if she wants to sew the other side. I'm going to go straight down to the finish. And it's possible I might give it a little bit more gas. A little bit more gusto. All right, so here we have 2 layers of acrylic fiber, okay? If you're brand new to this channel, acrylic fiber is a man-made material designed specifically to make awnings. Awnings are exposed to every element of nature. Rain, snow, sleet, freezing temperatures, extreme heat, high winds. Plus, it's typically a material that's stretched over a metal frame, so there's that too. It's beat up and abused, and yet it stands and is able to endure all those rigors. So guess how hard it is to get through with a very tired Schmetz size 90 14 needle with embroidery thread. Yeah, it's a nightmare. This stuff is tougher for a machine to sew because of its composition than leather. I would rather sew leather any day of the week than sew this acrylic fiber, but I pick it out specifically for premieres because it is the real deal. And any of you that have listened to the machines working while it's sewing this stuff, you can't make that up. The machine, you can hear, is working harder when it's sewing the acrylic fiber than when it's sewing leather. So with that dramatic music coming to an end, let's jump into this sew-off. We're almost to the finish line. We're getting so close. So close. All right. Acrylic fiber, 2 layers. I'm going to do my best on this really long run to try to stay on the material. Yeah, I'm going to give it a go. All right, here we go. Okay, it sounded like I was accelerating at the end, and I was. But I still was only giving it a minuscule amount of gas. a minuscule amount of gas. Sometimes we have to bump up our upper tension, but it actually looks like it did a fairly, even for a weakened, worn out needle, it looks like it did a decent job of maintaining that stitch integrity on that lock stitch as well. You know, it can always be better. Back to my can I principle, it can always be better. But it is definitely, from what I'm seeing right now, it's definitely page 34. All right, let me get my, I don't know how I'm going to do this one. I might have to walk it across. I may have to walk it across because it is super, super crazy long. Yeah, the stitching is actually above there. Let me balance it here. Maybe I can somehow do this if I hold it with the clips. I'm going to give it a try. Because trying to walk it across, it's going to be a nightmare. It's so long. I'm going to be looking over my shoulder. I'm going to be going off track. So this next one is called Say Ya, or Say Yay. Say Yay. Say Yay. Yeah. Say Yay. Here we go. Ooh. This is fun. I'm inspired to clap with him. What about you? All right, I'll stop clapping. Two layers of acrylic fiber using trilobal, I think I have that right, embroidery thread by Coates & Clark, a very tired size 14 needle. This is our top stitch. Let me go back there. Pause. Page 34, folks. Pause. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Pause. I am going to give that a definite page. I can't even look at how far I have to come out. Oh, that's hilarious. We'll go right to about there. That's our top stitch. 2 layers of acrylic fiber used to make awnings. I'm going to give that a definite pass and a page 34. I'm going to spin it around. We'll look at that lock stitch. Trying to get the right angle, which with a piece this long is a little bit tough. All right, I hope I did okay on that, angling it. Let's see. All right. So this again is 2 layers of acrylic fiber. This is our lock stitch. And I didn't make any change on upper tension. That was an outrageous song, wasn't it? Pause. Folks, acrylic fiber, 2 layers of it, tired needle. I'm going to angle that a little bit more. I can see that it's not angled far enough. Using trilobal embroidery thread, I am very impressed with how this, can I say it now? 192K, aka Spartan, aka Mighty Spartan, just did managing this material. This is one of the toughest materials that I can present through any Premiere, sewn by any machine. And I mean, totality stitching is a little bit of a challenge on this stuff. The busyness of the material, the color exchange between the material and the thread. But you know what? I am incredibly pleased. I'm incredibly pleased with how this 192K just did on this job. As I rotate it towards the camera, there's our top stitch again, which is absolutely spot on. So I'm going to throw this incredibly long sew-off to the rear with our mountain of sew-offs. And trying to see what else I have. Oh, I've never tried that before. I've done bubblegum material before. Why don't I do some bubblegum material? I haven't done that for a couple of premieres. Bubblegum material is, as I'll show you, is incredibly stretchy stuff. We'll go right about to there, I think. Incredibly stretchy stuff. No doubt it has vinyl in it, along with some other bubblegum probably, like the stuff I'm chewing right now. And it is a open door for stitch distortion and stitch skipping. This one is called Outside the Box. That's my philosophy on life. That's my philosophy. Think outside the box. Or some companies have taken that wonderful saying and they distorted it, think outside the bun. Does anybody remember that commercial, think outside the bun? What company was that had that saying? Think outside the bun. I remember hearing that and thinking, well, that's clever, but that's not what the saying really is. Think outside the box. I always forget to do the quotes. I quoted this the last time. It's your road and yours alone. Others may walk it with you, but no one can walk it for you. Yeah. Here's my next one right here. Shoot for the moon. Even if you miss, you'll land among the stars. Oh, I like that one, don't you? That's your quote now. You can use that or share it with someone else. Shoot for the moon. Even if you miss, you'll land among the stars. Oh yeah, yeah. Give me another dip of that. I feel inspired to ring the bell. Yeah, and it's not even the end of class yet. You'll land among the stars. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Don't you love being around positive people? I know I do. Alright, let's sew some of this bubble gum. Oh, I didn't even show you. Why is it called bubblegum material? Because of that. Oh, it's just fun to play with. Anybody wants me to send them some bubblegum material, send me the postage and I'll mail you a piece that you can sew off on. And if you get bored, kind of like a slinky or something like that, you can just play with this stuff. It's just fun. It's just daggone fun. Yes, it is. All right. Let's change the shot back because we are a good distance from the needle. There we go. All right, 2 layers of bubblegum material. All right, here we go. Rock and roll. Nothing like, you haven't lived until you sewed bubblegum material. Let me just say it that way. You have not lived until you sewed bubblegum material. So y'all got to write me or send me a note through Messenger. Send me a text and say, Scott, I'm going to send you the postage. Probably a couple bucks, $2-3, something like that, for postage. Send it to me out in Kansas. Send it to me in California. I want to live courageously and sew that bubblegum material on my vintage machine. I'll send you some. I really will. Free of charge other than the postage. Oh, that's fun. Isn't that fun? And I left enough room right here so that if Michelle wants to sew off on this, she can do that. So let me lean it against here. Yeah, I'll use my thread holder. I think it'll work better for this stuff. See how it's kind of curling? See how it... Stay! Sit, be good bubblegum material. You can't be good, can you? No, you can't. You're being naughty right now. Alright. I'm sorry I have to do this on camera. Let's see how I can do this. See if I can do this. Maybe if I can do this. It's maybe like this. Yes. Yes. Victory is mine! We shot for the moon and we landed among the stars. Ha ha, you can't win bubblegum material. So that was outside the box, which is really worth playing again. Yeah, let's play it again. Play it again, Sam. All right, let's look at this bubblegum material. Very tricky stuff to sew. You saw how much it stretches. You know what that means as far as feeding over the feed dogs. Potential for skip stitches, distorted stitches. Guess what? Page 34, baby. Page 34. Pause. Pause. Double pause. Double wang doodle pause. I feel like saying snozwanger. That's part of Willy Wonka, so I won't do that. Totality of the stitching. Absolutely spot on. Absolutely spot on. Haha, you thought you would win bubblegum material. You have been defeated. Lock stitch. Always more difficult to do because of that factor of gravity. And because this stuff does not want to cooperate. Too many crickets. Alright, I'm going to try that. Aha! Those clips are saying, you shall not move, you shall behave. So that Scott can show the stitches. 2 layers of bubblegum material. This is our lock stitch. We shot for the moon. And we landed among the stars. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Again, if you think this is easy, send that request and I'll mail you some of this stuff. All you have to do is cover the postage. page 34, folks. Totality of stitching. Look at that. Absolutely drop dead gorgeous. And thank you to my shears, my little clips for holding that bubblegum material at bay. Trying to be naughty, trying to embarrass me. Not going to happen. I've got friends in high places or somewhere. All right, so that's a definite pass. I'm going to throw that to the back with our huge piece of acrylic fiber and our sew-off mountain. All right, let's pop over to Facebook for that final group of photos. And then we'll complete one or two more sew-offs. And we're going to wrap this up. Don't you love this song? It's just like a song of victory. The person has run the race, and they can see the finish line, and did they cross it? They crossed the finish line. Yeah, they did. And that's really what prepping for a premiere is all about. It's crossing more than one finish line, really. Because I go through my entire process, and then the proof in the pudding is off camera running it through just a barrage of tough sew-offs to see how the machine responds. And this 192K, this Spartan, once I got done with my process on it, it just, let's get this done. Let's get her done. Three layers of protected full grain leather. Unbelievable. And we did that again today on the live premiere. So there's that nasty, yucky looking foot controller, right? And that is the original foot controller for the Spartan type model. And it came in different colors for other models similar to this. Some of which were made in Canada, like the 185K, the 185J. But first of all, this is our bobbin case that goes into the raceway. It's mounted in there. And I'm taking off that tiny little pressure band and cleaning underneath that as well, which very seldom do people do that because there are tiny little screws that hold it in place. And they are a bear to try to get out. They are a bear to try not to lose. And they are a bear to get back in again because you have to center that pressure band with one hand while you're getting the little screw in place and you're trying to get it threaded and starting to go in without dropping it. It's I got the heebie-jeebies just thinking about it, but I did it. So down here, the tiny little screws, which is hard to get a perspective of how tiny they are in that shot because I'm so close up on it. But you know, if you decide to try to take it on, just be really, really, really careful. Really careful. There's that little band. And it is super thin. And oftentimes will, especially if you've got somebody that when they're pulling the thread, they're yanking it really hard or they're using heavier thread than they should in a bobbin case like this, that little band can get bent. It can even get broken. And this one was a little bit distorted. So I had to heat it and bend it back into shape. Busy workbench, all kinds of stuff going on. Now there is a brain center, a raceway, that is looking the way it's supposed to look. It didn't look like that in the beginning. You remember what it looked like. It was just septic. And now it's coming together beautifully, beautifully. You look at the top of the shot though, you can still see that presser foot bar and that needle bar are still very filthy. A lot of folks, you can't see that. A lot of folks will not clean that And all of that stuff ends up breaking free and falling right down into, yeah. So even if you go to the effort of cleaning the brain center and you don't clean all the way up the needle shaft and the presser foot bar, all of that junk falls back in there again and contaminates it. That's the way it's supposed to look at. Look at those feed dogs compared to the way they looked at the beginning in that first group of photos I shared with you. There's our upper tension. Tearing it down, deep cleaning it, making adjustments to it, verification on it, like I showed you in that other premiere where I'm measuring the spring release to make sure that it's the proper height in the stack so that it does its job properly. Getting that all reassembled again so it's ready to do its job, just like you witnessed today in the premiere. Faceplate area, getting that tidied up as well. And if you take the time to remove the faceplate, don't just clean the shiny side on the outside. Clean the other side too, because that's the side that is facing in by all of the moving components in the faceplate area. And if it's all filthy and junked up and grimy and crud on it and everything, that's going to work its way right into those components again and contaminate them. Busy shot of the workbench. Just gives you an idea of all the stuff going on. More of a distant shot now. The machine mounted in a very nice solid base. And you'll notice as I'm going to clean the upper components and also clean the presser foot bar, the needle bar as well, since I've made the effort of cleaning up the brain center, the raceway area, I've got that covered now so that none of the debris that might break free and fall is going to recontaminate the area that I just cleaned. And arguably, you could clean from the top down, which probably makes more sense. But I get into a rhythm when I'm working on a machine, and I sometimes change up the order of things, but I always take precautions so that I don't undo the work that I've already done. Now you remember that insulating pad that helps to wick away heat from the foot controller, because the foot controller, especially if you're operating it at slower speeds, is going to generate a significant amount of heat, and it will cause the ceramic to begin to break down on the foot control. So taking out the damaged pad is the first step, but then replacing it with another pad that will wick away the heat properly is critical. This one's in real bad shape. And there I've taken apart the shell of the foot control from the actual ceramic part. And I'm doing a combination of maintenance, and eventually I'll be doing some repainting on that foot control shell as well. Like that. And again, you're not going to get that at a service center. It's not going to happen. No way in God's green earth will that ever happen. But it's something that I do because I'm committed to excellence, and excellence means doing everything that will benefit that machine and the owner. That's the rear plate, along with the little pads that help to keep it from slipping. There's the ceramic portion of the foot controller with that new absorbent pad that's going to wick away heat. Actually, I think the material I picked is actually going to work better than the original stuff. There's our motor. Started to tear that motor apart as well. Service what needs to be serviced on the motor. Double checking wiring, verification. And that's obviously our commutator and our carbon stacks adjacent to it. And I even clean the carbon stacks when I'm servicing a motor, along with a bazillion other things I do to the motor as well. But again, that commutator is going to be the track that those carbon stacks will ride on, the motor brushes. And if you're operating with a motor like that, that's all crudded up with old carbon, that's fused to that electrical field, you're going to be operating at a marginal level compared to optimizing the machine. As opposed to that, where that field is able to maximize every ounce, if you could measure electricity in ounces, which you probably can't, but it's going to be able to manage every kilowatt, every portion of amperage to the max, as opposed to the way it started when it was all junked up. Doesn't that look better? And it's going to give that motor every opportunity to succeed, as you saw in the sew-offs today. And there's that reassembled, it's been painted, it's got that new absorbent heat wicking pad on it. All of the copper contacts have been cleaned so that they're maximizing the electricity, and it's ready to rock and roll. Part of our balance wheel assembly, our clutch release, our stop action, and that also was just a filthy mess, as you can readily see. We started with that, which you can kind of see how nasty it is, but not completely. Especially that retainer ring is just ugh. As opposed to this. Night and day. Night and day. And I've said it before, if you've ever had a sewing machine where you disengage the clutch and you're looking to wind a bobbin, and yet that main shaft keeps turning even though you've disengaged the clutch, it's generally because these two components here are gummed up and filthy, and or this component has been installed in backwards. And I'll give you a really important tip. If you ever have a machine either where you cannot tighten this all the way and it keeps turning, or you go to tighten it and it doesn't feel right, or when you go to tighten it, the main shaft will engage, the motor will start to kick in, and then it'll start to slip as if this is not holding. It's sometimes because this little retainer right here for the clutch assembly has been installed in backwards. And the simple rule with it is the little metal flanges you can see. I'll zoom in on them. We're pretty close, actually. The little metal flanges you can see right there, when this piece is put on the machine, those little metal flanges should be pointing out towards you, not pointing in. In other words, they're going to have a slight cant of pointing out on a little angle. And the whole idea of that is that when you turn this stop action to depress this into the grooves that are part of the main shaft, it causes these flange points to be compressed in and to engage those joining parts on the main shaft so that you have locomotion and you have drive. When you turn that stop action piece out, it releases the natural spring action of those flanges, and it allows that balance wheel to turn freely without engaging the main shaft, so you can wind a bobbin without needle movement. Does that make sense? If that makes sense and I did a decent job of explaining it, then go ahead, if you would, and type that into the chat, because that's a real important thing. And I know it's been a point of frustration for a lot of people that I've talked to over the years, and I've been able to coach them in some instances, either through text or through photos or through a voice conversation, in what to do. And it is like a weight has been lifted off of them. They said something like, you have no idea how long I've been battling this. You have no idea how many times it's disrupted my project by it not doing what it's doing now. And I understand now why it wasn't working. You know, either because of cleanliness or because it was assembled improperly or whatever. So take that knowledge now, apply it to your world, and share it with others. Please. So now we're looking at the side of the machine. We've got a balance wheel. We've got the right side of the pillar that is noticeably just filthy. And all of that filth is right in proximity to the belt. And the belt that was on this was like an orange, it's like a multi-purpose type belt. And it actually was, I'll show it in the pictures, I think. It was actually split. And part of that is the environmental condition of the machine. It'll cause machine components to break down. But that is just excessive filth right there, right in relation to the track that the belt rides on, right in proximity to the motor, and all of that's going to continue to contaminate the machine. Isn't that awful? There's that busted belt right there. And if the belt is on the machine, it's hard to see that unless you're staring at the belt as the machine is running, and then you would sew even more crooked than I typically do. You know what I mean? So it's only by taking those components off, examining the belt. And so what I ended up doing then is these belts, they're like a Nia, I forget what the term is, a Nia something. They have a tendency to get brittle, so I replaced it with a nice original Singer style V-style belt that's going to be a lot more lasting. Again, constant and never-ending improvement, right? Don't go with the same thing. If you know it's going to fail down the road and impact the customer, replace it with something better. Now there's that area that was all filthy, and look at it now. And I was talking about turning that stop action in and making sure that you have that clutch component orientated right with the flanges pointing out towards you, so that when you turn that stop action in to engage the main shaft, it will go into these little groove points right here. See those? Right on the main shaft? That's where those little flanges actually go into when you turn that stop action in to compress those flanges. They engage those two little gap points, and then that main shaft turns beautifully. You got full power, full locomotion. When you release that stop action and turn it towards you, which if you're looking at the side of the machine would be counterclockwise, then those flanges are, spring back naturally because they're engineered to be, pointing in a certain direction. So when that pressure is taken away, they spring back into form. They come out of those grooves, and that's what allows you then to wind a bobbin without that main shaft turning. Did you know that? If you didn't know that, type it in the chat you learned something new, would you? Because I love it. I love learning something new, and I do it every day, even as long as I've been doing this. So if you learned something new today that you didn't know, number one, how that all works and the significance of those two little spaces right there on your main shaft, then type that into the chat. That would really be an encouragement to me that I was able to share something. Ugh, doesn't that look awful? I was able to share something that has had a positive impact on you. Okay. There I'm starting to spruce the paint up a little bit more. Again, not something you would get at a local sewing center, but I want that machine to be standing tall, looking good, ought to be in Hollywood. There's our balance wheel. A lot of stuff to work on there too. There's that little retainer that goes in there with those little flanges down below. You can kind of see it. Yep, there it is. Let me get another little drink real quick. There you can really see those points right there for those flanges to be compressed into beautifully. And all that area needs to be properly cleaned and restored. There's so much junk that builds up on there, it's incredible. There's that new belt. It's a much better belt than the one that was on the machine. And in the shot you can actually see the part number. There's actually a part number for the belt, for most belts I would say. So if you're ever curious what the part number is for a Spartan belt, 193077, that's the Singer part number. 193077. You just look at that belt and see how well it's made, isn't it? They're not cheap either, but y'all are worth it. I mean, if you take the time and make the investment to send a machine, I'm gonna take care of things right. There's that new belt installed, and obviously you can see the track over the balance wheel. There's obviously the belt goes on the pulley on the motor side. Make sure those parts are cleaned as well, and clean it with a non-oil based type solvent, so it's not going to leave a residue behind that's going to cause that surface to be slippery. You do not want it to be slippery. And there's our machine starting to really look good, kind of like it does at the premiere today. A very happy Spartan, very happy 192K. Beautiful machines, and it's so plain. They're so plain and basic, and yet that's part of their beauty, isn't it? Isn't that part of their beauty? I think so. And there I'm beginning to everything mechanically, everything aesthetically that I can do for the machine has been done. Everything electrically for the motor. And now it's time to put it to the test. So, combination of checking stitch length, consistency, going from about 6 stitches per inch all the way down to the satin range of close to 30 stitches per inch. And that's not just some general cotton or cotton blend or blah 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 that I'm sewing on there. That's a piece of protected full grain leather. That's a true test. That's not window dressing. There's our 3 layers of protected full grain leather as well. And I think we've come full circle, pretty sure. Maybe not. Yeah, there's more shots of the leather. I just love leather, don't you? I totally forgot that was in here. That is that nut from Wisconsin right there. That brings so much fun to learning, doesn't he? I'm having a little bit of a celebration there as I got to the finish line of the restorative process for Michelle's 192K. Having a little bit of a party by myself with my steampunk hat on. That's the same, if you follow me a lot and you are familiar with the fundraiser that we did with our Heroes for History to benefit the History Museum, that is the same steampunk hat that was in the Oliver Mansion that Shelby held while I picked out the winner, which was Mary from the state of Washington. Same steampunk hat. So that hat was in the mansion. How cool is that? No, you can't have my hat. It's my hat. That is some serious leather right there. Yes, it is. Now we've come full circle, I'm quite sure. Okay, let's wrap this premiere up. Let's go over and see what else we're going to sew. Admire again that beautiful machine. Doesn't that look like a night and day from the way things started? That's the magic of the workshop, y'all. That's the magic of the workshop. That is the magic of the workshop. What else can we sew? Nothing we've done has challenged this Spartan. Nothing. Okay, outside the box. What's this next one? Climbing. I'll probably have to turn this down too. All right, this next one is called climbing. Climbing. Has anyone ever done any climbing? I mean, have you ever climbed a mountain? Have you ever done hiking like in big hills or something like that? Share a little bit of that if you would. Where were you hiking? What did you climb? The only mountain that I've ever climbed Well, other than the ones when I was in my military training, but I climbed Mount Rainier. Not all the way to the summit. I got up to about 11,000 feet. Something like that, 11, 12,000 feet. That's Mount Rainier, if you don't know, is out in Washington State, where Mary is from. All right, I'm kind of debating here. Yeah, why don't I do that? I think I'll do some of this compressed felt. The dreaded compressed felt that broke another size 90 sewing needle on another Premier. I have all my lights on? Yeah. It is kind of unusual working with a Spartan if someone hasn't added a light to it, because I'm kind of always looking around to say, wait, did I have all my lights on? Because you're used to having some light on the bed, you know what I mean? So it's it's a little bit different. That's okay. Mr. Bean could always grab out his flashlight again, so. All right, here we go. 2 layers of compressed felt, a very tricky material to sew and potentially dangerous when it comes to what it can do to a needle. All right, here we go. I'll be honest with you, I always hold my breath a little bit when I'm sewing compressed felt. I always hold my breath a little bit. Boy, oh boy, this Spartan is... I did a good job. Wait until you see these stitches on this compressed felt. Okay. I always say, if you look at both sides and you can't tell which one is a top stitch and which one is a lock stitch, then you've done a good job in optimizing that machine. That's kind of what we have right here. Yeah, let me use this stitch displayer here. So that was called climbing, and I'm curious, I'm not looking at the chat, but I'm curious if anyone shared a story. You know, did you climb a mountain? Did you do some hills, some real big hills you climb maybe? Like some of the hills you'll find out west. Well, for that matter, you find hills and even mountains out east too. Smoky Mountains and all those areas, yeah. This next one is called That One Bar Scene. I don't know if I ever played this before. That One Bar Scene. Yeah, it sounds like a bar scene, doesn't it? All right, let's take a look at these stitches. Absolutely spectacular. And if I were to pull those back, you'd be able to see them even better. Give you an example. Hold it right there. Okay, it's on that side. See, when I pull those back, it really reveals them, doesn't it? Compared to that. Absolutely page 34 stitching. That again is our top stitch. I'm going to flip it over. We'll look at that lock stitch. I'll just go across one more time. Absolutely spectacular. Totality of the stitching, kind of hard to see from this distance because of that material, but it's still spot on. Flip it over for that lock stitch. And I'll just show you from the side again as I turn my screen around. The thickness of 2 layers of that. All right, let's take a look at these stitches for the lock stitch. Pause. Pause. Folks, those are absolutely page 34 lock stitches on this compressed felt as well. 2 layers of it. Incredibly tricky stuff. The only material I've ever sewn on a Premier that snapped a Schmetz needle. So don't think that this is like the felt you used to use when you were in school. It's nothing like it. Probably could make a police vest out of this stuff. I'm going to throw that to the rear as well. Seeing if there's anything else that I want to sew. Another piece of bubblegum material. I already sewed that. This is like a velvet style material. I think I'll try this. I didn't do it off camera, so I don't know how the machine is going to respond to it, but I'm willing to give it a go. And this will be our final sew off on this 192K Spartan. I had some other materials prepared as well, but I'll save those for another premiere. Because I think we definitely put this 192K to the test, to say the least. So that was that 1 bar seam. And the next one I'm going to put on is called Animal Beast. Animal Beast. Pretty much describes this Spartan, doesn't it? It is a beast. And yet it's only a 3/4 size machine. It's shorter in overall bed length than the Singer Featherweight. And it's 2 times more powerful. It is a beast. Well, let's see how it does with this velvet type material. I've never sewn this stuff before. And if I have, it's been so long I don't remember. I don't remember which machine I sewed it on. All right, let's zoom in on this. We're like out in South Dakota. All right, let's see how this does. Get my take-up arm all the way up. All right, our final sew-off in this 192K, the Mighty Spartan, is going to be a single layer of this velvet style material. And it's obviously a woven type material. It's going to really mess around with this embroidery thread. It's going to mess around with a very tired size 90 Schmetz needle that is sewn a mountain of materials. So we'll see what happens. Maybe I'm pushing this Mighty Spartan too far. I doubt it. All right, let's see what happens. Here we go. Oh, that's so interesting. Oh, that's so interesting. Look at it. It actually, this material actually, like, this is so cool. I'm going to have to come off the tripod to show this to you. It actually, like, consumed the thread, I got to show this to you. I might sew this stuff again, although it's like impossible to see the top stitch. It's like the kind of material you want to use if you don't want to see the stitch. The lock stitch is very clear. This is so wild. Look at that, you can see the mark. You can see the mark right there where the stitching went through. If I pull it back really hard, you can see the stitching. See it? There, it's gone. There it is. Let me clip these threads and then we'll look at this. That's pretty wild. That is pretty daggone wild. Like I say, with the backing on this, you can readily see the stitching on the back, the lock stitch. This is real tricky stuff. Look at that. Very, very tricky stuff. The front is the hoot. The front is the hoot because we just sewed that, but it sure as heck, other than the color change as far as this velvet kind of changing, you know, see it's darker in the middle? You can't see where we stitched. You cannot see it. Go right about to there, and I'm going to see if I can, as best as I'm able, see if I can pull the material back so we can reveal that top stitch, because right now it's like it's invisible. You can see the thread right there, and that's the only evidence that we actually sewed it. See that? If I pull it way back, you can see the stitching. Isn't that something? It's like a magic act. I just saw that man sew it, but there's no stitches. Maybe he doesn't have the machine threaded. Son of a gun, isn't that a hoot? Isn't that a hoot? Look at that. Turn it over, shebang. And even that backing is a little bit of a, it goofs around with the stitching a little bit too. Although we definitely have a page 34 right in that center section right there. That is some interesting stuff, I'll tell you that right now. Let's look at the sewing mountain that we have. I almost said sandwich, but it's too much for a sandwich. Okay, we'll kind of do it from up here. All on this needle, folks. Part of it on camera, part of it off camera. I think we've done a good job of testing this 192K, don't you? And I'm not even going to go through all of the sew-offs again, telling you what we sewed, because you can look at them on camera right there, including that really weird velvet stuff that just ate the stitches. It like made them disappear. That was so weird. So weird. Well, Michelle, this is your Mighty Spartan, and I'm going to be focusing now on, look at that, Jiminy Crickets. I'm going to be focusing now on the other two machines, Not right away, because I have some other machines that need to be addressed first. But eventually I'll get to your Grasshopper machine, which is an Elna machine. And then also your Singer Class 66 Red Eye. And then you'll be able to come and settle, whatever charges there are beyond your deposit, and we'll shake hands and you'll be on your way with 3 great machines. Very cool. Very cool. All right. So, Dangerous Toys. I've got to hear this one. Dangerous Toys. So once again, if you happen to win any of the little impromptu contests that I did, make sure that you reach out after the premiere. In the meantime, I hope you're doing well where you're at. And if you have a machine sitting to the side that you're saying, I need to get this packed up and send it to the workshop, there's no better time than to do it now. But I'll be honest with you, it's going to be a little bit of a wait. So if you're not in a big hurry, but you want to get that off of your list and check that box, say, it's heading to the workshop, then go ahead and do that, just like Michelle did, driving in from Michigan to the workshop to drop off her 3 machines. And then you'll end up with a machine that is as amazing and incredible as this 1959 Singer 192K. So there you go. The Mighty Spartan has earned its name again in the record books as a machine that is shorter in overall bed length than the Singer Featherweight, but twice the power. Amazing machine. Amazing machine. Yeah, it is. All right, God bless everybody. And I've already read your quotes, so I'm not going to reach any more quotes right now. Mr. Bean, how did you get your flashlight back from Dr. Singer? How did you get your flashlight back from Dr. Singer? Hey, leave it on for a second by the sew-off, would you? Nice. Nice. All right, go back and have fun. You're going to cause people to have a seizure, my friend. Flashing light, folks. Warning, warning. Flashing light. All right, Mr. Bean, stop in 1, 2, 3.